Listen, this is the big one. This is the big one. We done took down heart disease. We done took down heart disease. This is the big time right here. And the craziest part of this is where we found the cause and the cure of heart disease. The craziest part of this whole thing is where we found the cause and the cure. You got to go to Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. I can't tell you, it's about 15 books already that's no longer in print. You got to get these books before they gone. You got to get these books before they vanish.
Yes. Doing something reassuring. Radio. Radio. Baby girl, it's on. Baby girl, it's on. No need to lose interest. Girl, I got your wish list. I'm on the account for show. Baby girl, it's on. Radio.
Let's go. It's time for us to take this from YouTube. We got to take this from YouTube. We got to take this to every single corner of the world. We got to spread this. We got to spread this. We got to spread this like radio waves. We got to spread this like oxygen. We got to spread this like water. We got to spread this to every corner of the earth. You got to understand where I'm coming from with this. Look where I'm from. You got to understand where I'm from to understand where I'm going with this. You got to understand where I'm from to understand where I'm going. Right now, as it stands, do you know people are reading these books on every single continent of the planet? Every continent on this globe. Right now, we have people studying the material. Right now, every continent on earth. We got to take that. We got to step that effort up. We got to make that every country. After we make that every country, we got to make that every city. After we make that every city, we got to make that every neighborhood. After we make that every neighborhood, we got to make that every single street, every road, every bookstore, every corner store, every barbershop, every beauty salon, every clubhouse, every sports team. And they in the locker room, they should be talking about us. Yeah, that's right. I said when they're in the locker room, they should be talking about, this is locker room talk right here. This is locker room talk right here. This is, I mean, I'm at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words. God took me from my worst moment, at my worst moment, and gave me the most powerful message. At my worst moment, I got the most powerful message. I couldn't write this if I tried. At my worst moment, when I need the most, I didn't come online for cash apps. I need some cash apps. I do need cash apps. I do need cash apps. I do need support. I need you to go to the Patreon. I need you to go to the website. I need you to go to Amazon. I need you to support. But in my worst moment, in my time of need, I withdrew. Nobody knew where I was at. Where's EnQi at? People was returning orders and panicking and wellness checks, and it was time for me to go within. It was time for me to pray. It was time for me to meditate. It was time for me to cleanse. It was time for me to fast. They say, EnQi, you looking skinny. Yeah, because I've been in a spiritual place. I haven't been eating. I can't even begin to tell. I mean, the only thing I can tell you is the proof is in the pudding. The only thing I can tell you is we have to speak this into existence. The only thing I can tell you is the lies that you've been told is bigger than what you think. The lies that you've been told is bigger than what you think. I can tell you that much. I can tell you the conspiracies. I can tell you that 90% of the conspiracies out there surrounding health are wrong. 99% of them are wrong. This thing is so outlandish. This thing is so outlandish you would never guess in a million years what is actually going on. But I'm going to tell you, that's what I got. That's my charge. That's my charge. I have to tell you. That's my purpose. That's my destiny. My destiny is to explain to you how we end heart disease. My destiny is to explain to you why NASA hasn't been to the moon since 1969. Now, let me ask you a question. You know, like I know, that technology gets better as it goes along. How did we have the technology to get to the moon in the 60s, but we don't have the technology to get to the moon in 2024? That's a hell of a question right there. Pun intended. Man, Thanos said we need a Q&A. Thanos don't realize y'all got more than just a Q&A coming. Y'all got more than just a Q&A coming. We going all the way in. We going all the way in. Like we closing out the year with this. Seriously. We're gonna drill this in. We are going to drill this in. We're gonna make sure that it's understood. We're gonna make sure that it's understood. I just was still kind of like getting my mind right, and also I like to give people a chance to get the books. And because we're dealing with books, respectfully, you know, it's not just a matter of getting the books. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can go to Amazon, click the button and get the book. But it's a matter of being able to read the books, because everything that's in the books can go on YouTube. I knew I had to come at a weird time for you. Because I was up. I said, okay, yeah, Thanos is on that Switzerland time. He on that Sweden time. But yeah, you know, this is a big one right here. I think that I think this is, we got to go crazy with this one, this heart disease. And, it could just be me. It could just be me. It could just be me in my feelings, in my moment. I've been feeling like the Lone Ranger out here for the last 15, 20 years. And although how do I say it? For me, so all around the world, I've been able to help people out, right? And, like one of my biggest pet peeves, right? Like with the whole YouTube universe. Because I'm going to be honest, this didn't really exist until YouTube got it cranking. When the conscious, spiritual, militant, alternative community was offline before YouTube existed, there was a lot more culture with it. It was a lot more alive. It's dead now. And what I mean by that is most of the people that want to have conversations about health and, just anything outside of the mainstream is only like debate, argument. It's just debate and argument. It's not like if I debate somebody about being a Christian or being a Muslim, or it's not like the people are studying these texts. It's even the health. It's not like they're studying this information because they're trying to do something with it. The people online discussing health information are only online discussing health information because they have a product to sell. The people online that's debating God or Jesus or Muhammad or Osiris or Horus or whatever it is, it's only because they're trying to get clicks and views. Like they're not actively studying ancient Egypt so that they can empower themselves in real time. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that just be like one of my biggest pet peeves with the whole thing. Is like, yeah, I done got all this stuff out of these ancient texts. And people could say what they want, but we've been out here like changing lives. It's people that couldn't have no babies. Like they wasn't fertile. You know what I'm saying? Like it's people with cancer. They don't have it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's people that was dying that's alive now. Like if we was in a different time period, if I was alive in 1,000 years ago, I would be a saint already. If this was 1,000 years ago, they'd be saying we was out here performing miracles. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't see the purpose of a lot of the people talking. It's just like they only talking because they have lips. So now we done found this. Oh, I'm getting ready to. Yeah, we're gonna stay on this for a minute. We're gonna stay on this for a minute. Yeah, we're gonna stay on this for a minute. Now we're going to lean into this. We're going to lean into this because this is the number one killer. We got licked down. Let me see what we got here. We're going to start right in here. Okay, let's start off this conversation. Let me see. Let's find us a Bible gateway. Let's get inside the book. So what questions you got about this heart disease thing? Because I haven't really been on the internet, and then I seen you said we need a Q&A on the heart disease. Let's go to Isaiah real quick. And it's early, so I might be. So we're going to go to Isaiah 49, 1 through 6. Listen, O isles, unto me, and hearken, ye people from afar. The Lord hath called me from the womb. From the bowels of my mother hath he made mention of my name. And he hath made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand hath he hid me, and made me a polished shaft. In his quiver hath he hid me, and said unto me, Thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified. Then I said, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for naught and in vain. Yet surely my judgment is with the Lord, and my work with my God. And now saith the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him. Though Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength. And he said, It is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob, and to restore the preserved of Israel. I will also give thee a light. I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth. Right? So I'm going to try to walk us down into this thing. Right? I'm gonna basically try to just give you a insight into how I walk down into this thing, because we did the science, I guess, a couple days ago, and I'll go back over this. Like I said, I'm gonna go back over all of this 1,000 times before it's all said and done, because I want people to, the same way people know Steph Curry got a 3-pointer, like I want them to. We're gonna drill this in. We're gonna drill this. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna make sure we go through this. All right. Now,
Where do we go next? The Bible flood story. Right? So let me see if I could even find a flood story real quick. Let's see if we can find us a flood story. And if it seems like we all over the place, this is how research looks. I go to sleep every night with mad books open on my bed and papers just flying all over the place. Yeah. All right. All right. So before we go to the Bible flood story, right? Just for people that may not be familiar, right? Remember that the Bible is a collection of books. So for me, it's always been, that's how I've always, wound up in Egypt somewhere or in Samaria somewhere, right? When the gods had decided to destroy humanity with a flood, the god EnQi, who did not agree with the decree, revealed to Zasudra, a man well known for his humility and obedience. Zasudra did as EnQi commanded him and built a huge boat in which he successfully rode out the flood. I really feel like I'm doing this again. That's what these books are. I'm building an ark in your mind. That's what I'm doing now. Literally, I'm building an ark in your mind. I'm telling y'all the flood is coming. We already like chest deep in the water. Pun intended. We're chest deep in the water. You know what I'm saying? Like heart disease is not playing. Let's see what we got here. EnQi's advised to build a boat. Still, we are not completely. All right. The date of the poem's composition cannot be established, but it is reasonable to assume that the anonymous author was not the first to describe the Great Flood. He appears to have used older traditions. For example, Zasudra learns about the coming disaster through both divination and a revelation from EnQi. One discovery would have been sufficient. The Eridu Genesis is not the oldest text on the Great Flood, and it is likely that we will one day discover fragments of its sources. The British Museum alone takes care of about 100,000 unpublished cuneiform tablets. Still, we are not completely clueless about the origin of the story. The city of Surupak figures prominently in the Eridu Genesis, and this may not be coincidental, as we will see when we discuss the archaeological evidence at the end of this article. For the moment, we must turn to the Babylonian versions. All right, so this is giving a comparison here. Yeah, this is giving more of a comparison. Let's see what Wiki got going on. Eridu Genesis, also called the Sumerian creation myth, Sumerian flood story, Sumerian deluge, blah, 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 blah. The story is known from 3 fragments representing different versions of the narrative. One is a tablet excavated from the ancient Sumerian city known as Nippur. This tablet was discovered during the expedition of the University of Pennsylvania in 1893, and the creation story was recognized by Arnold Pobel in 1912. It is written in the Sumerian language and is dated to around 1600 BC. The second fragment is from Ur, also written in Sumerian and from the same time period. The third is a bilingual Sumerian Akkadian fragment from the library of Ashurbanipal. In 2018, a new fragment of the Eridu Genesis story was published. The first 36 lines of the primary tablet of Nippur are lost. Okay, right there. Right there. right there. Right? So we're going to circle back to that. Although they could be inferred to have discussed the creation of man and animals and likely spoke about the dissolute existence of mankind prior to civilization, the surviving portion begins with a monologue from Nintur, the goddess who birthed mankind, which she calls humans from a vagrant existence as nomads to build cities, temples, and become both sedentary and civilized. After the monologue, there is another missing section that only resumes after another 36 lines. You see that? That's the thing right there. That's the thing right there. So math is everything with these older civilizations. Like, it's one thing to read the words, but we got to pay attention to the numbers. A missing 36 lines and then another missing 36 lines that's just not. Maybe it's just the way my mind works, but that's just not necessarily statistically. That's just like almost impossible to have 2 sets of 36 lines, a piece missing. Like wear and tear wouldn't wear and tear out 36 lines. Like that's just not, statistically, that's an anomaly. Right? But at this point, humans are in a nomadic state. The missing section may have spoken of an initial unsuccessful attempt by humans to establish civilization. When the text resumes, Nintur is planning on providing kingship and organization to humans. Then the first cities are named. The cities are established, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's get to the flood. Before the missing section, the gods have decided to send a flood to destroy humanity. EnQi, god of the underworld, sea of fresh water, an equivalent of the Babylonian Ea or Ea, warns Zasudra, the ruler of Shurupak, to build a large boat, though the directions for the boat are lost. All right. So that we don't spend forever this morning looking around. Even though I like looking around. I wouldn't be here if I didn't enjoy the actual looking around and reading these different parts. What I was looking for was I wanted you guys to see it. I wanted you guys to see it. So basically, here's how the story went. In the biblical narrative, it's not really, it's not the same. But in the older texts, it states plainly like what the deal was. There was a whole clash, right? So when the gods had decided to, basically to get rid of mankind because they was wilding, EnQi kind of went to the council and tried to persuade them not to do it, like give them a chance and, blah, blah, blah. And so it basically has an allusion to the conversation between God and the devil in the Bible, where God and the devil kind of having, like the conversation where the devil is like, yeah, well, I'm gonna show you that mankind is not what you think. That conversation kind of happens associated with the flood in the early texts. And what I think, and this is where, now everything else we're getting ready to go into, I'm gonna just show you, but this is my own opinion. This is my conjecture. I like to make sure that when I'm going off script and when it's coming from me, it's coming from me. I think that in our brain, we have a self-destruct button. Yo, I think in our brain, we have a self-destruct button. And I'm gonna show you it. Like, we're gonna look at it, right? But that's the only way. So here's the thing, right? What it comes down to is the character of each person. The character of each person. And, outside of Masonry, I don't know if that's really, I don't know if that's taught anywhere outside of Masonry. That's how I could tell a lot of people that's frauds that claim to be Masons or that try to pass themselves off, because you can't be an atheist and be a Mason. Masonry requires that you believe in a God. Period. There's not a God of Masonry, but you can't be a Mason if you do not believe in God. Period. It don't matter where you become a Mason at. Right? But all of the flood stories have this kind of conversation. We just looked at a bunch of them, or at least that one page had like a comparison of different. Let me see if I can pull that back up. I might have jumped off of that too quick. Yeah, I might have jumped off that too quick. That page with the comparisons was kind of, let me see if I can find, yeah. Right? So you have a bunch of these different stories. You have a bunch of these different stories culminating in what we have in the Bible, right? The Bible is the most prominent, like kids learn it in school, and so it's the flood story is now that's what it is, right? The Bible version. But you have all of these older texts, and all of the texts there's a challenge, there's a struggle between God and the devil, or between one group of gods and another group of gods over the character, morality, and integrity of man. And this is where you get a code of law. This is where you get a code of law. And so I think that over the years, it's become so mystical, right? It's become so mystical and so spooky and largely just goofy overall, right? It's become so goofy and awkward to even like dig into some of these things that we don't see the practical, real-time application, purpose, need, like we just don't see it. Like people feel like for the most part, if you go against the law, there's a term for that. It's called sin, right? So if you sin, you don't go to heaven. Or if you sin later on after you die, you have to give an account for your sins, blah, 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 blah. I never thought that way. The words never hit me that way. I don't know if it was because of everything I was seeing in my life as a kid when I first started to look at the Bible and go into the Bible and start to dig into some of these concepts, but I always thought this was a real-time thing. A real-time thing. You know what I'm saying? Like all of the people now on the internet, they're debating homosexuality. They're debating transgender, blah, 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 right? The Bible clearly says not to, like, that's one of the ultimate no-nos, right? Now, people may, have an opinion about my opinion, but I don't believe that I don't believe that it's possible for a woman to be gay. I don't think that's a real thing. That's just my opinion. I think that from studying, from the concept, from a scientific standpoint, not from a social standpoint, not from a preference standpoint. I'm not messing with anybody's social ideas or preferences. I'm just saying from a scientific standpoint, right? From a scientific standpoint, when a woman is sexually active with a man, heterosexual sex, the things that she does with a man is the exact same things that she does with a woman when she's in a same-sex relationship. So for a woman to be with another woman or for a woman to be with a man, she never changes what it is that she does. The sexuality, the actual stuff that she does. I'm trying not to, I don't want to be vulgar, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying the things that she does sexually are the same. When two men get involved, that is something different. That's something different. That's something totally different. And so the fact that causes AIDS, the fact that causes colon cancer, the fact that right there is real time. That's real time confirmation. Like, nah, that's not how that goes. So from my understanding of the law, of the commandments, it's just universal law. It's just a matter, like, it's just, this is what you're supposed to do. This is what you're not supposed to do. Like, it's not about a mystical thing of, when you die, you're going to go to a place and, there's going to be milk and honey. Like, I just never bought into any of those concepts. I just see the universe as an orderly kind of thing. It works a certain type of way. And so the commandments or God's law is the creator's law is just a matter of, hey, this is how the universe works. So yeah, don't like skateboard against traffic on the highway. Because if you skateboard against traffic on the highway, it's a sin. So now if you go get a skateboard and you skateboard against traffic on the highway and you get ran over, for me, that's the wages of sin. It's not like, okay, you're going to skateboard backwards against traffic on the highway and then you'll live to be an old man and die from like complications of diabetes. And then when you get into the clouds somewhere, there's going to be somebody asking you questions like, okay, well, why did you skateboard again? You know, like, I just never bought into that. It was, in my mind, it was always like a real time kind of thing. Like, I listened when they said, you know, prayers go up, blessings come down. If prayers go up and blessings come down in real time, that means that sins go up and curses come down in real time, right? So if you're not supposed to eat the animals, right? Yeah, if you're not supposed to eat if it says you're not supposed to eat the animals and you eat the animals, it's not like later on after you die, you're going to account for it. No, if you're not supposed to eat the animals and you eat the animals are going to cause your death. That is the wage of the sin. So if you're not supposed to skate backwards against traffic on the highway, skating backwards against traffic on the highway is going to cause your death. That's the wages of the sin. That's just how my mind always worked. I just always saw it like face value kind of sense like that. Like it just, you know, and I think that the reason why, you know, like I see it that way is because for me, and again, this is why I'm probably so argumentative and just like set in my ways, for lack of a better term. Is because a book that's supposedly written by God, which we know it's not. We know it's written by man, but inspired by God. You know, I think that most of what we do is inspired, you know, one way or another, but it's for every person. It's for everyday people. It's not for a group of priests or pastors or ministers or imams or rabbis to tell you that, you know, like that's not it. It defeats the purpose at that point. So I just never bought into that either. That never made sense to me. Now it makes my blood boil when I hear these people going back and forth, and the first thing somebody says is, oh, well, you know, I got a master's, I got a PhD in theological sciences. I'm like, what are you? I be ready to go back into the old me. I swear, a lot of these people lucky we be arguing over the internet, because I would slap somebody. Yo, I'll be ready to fight. Seriously. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Theologically, I've got a PhD in theological, you know, I've got a PhD in theological sciences and a master's degree in religiosity. And, you know, I just came from Oxford. What are you talking about, bro? Like, they sound so stupid trying to sound intelligent. Like, yo, do you know how old this book is? you goofy, like, them degrees that these people is talking about, first of all, them degrees is only like 100, 200 years old, maybe 300-400 years old. Degrees didn't exist when the Bible was written. Yo, these guys be sounding insane to me. Yeah, I got a degree from such and such and such. I'm like, hold on. You know, those college degrees you're talking about, like those didn't even exist when this book was written. So there's no required, that doesn't have anything to do with like that. That's why are you introducing that? Like that doesn't even make, that's like if I'm in the dojo and we getting ready to fight on the jujitsu, like we getting ready to do a rolling session. If you don't know what a rolling session is, that's like when you practicing some jujitsu techniques. And somebody goes, yeah, you know, I went to school to learn how to make like chocolate cakes. Like I'm a cake chef. You'd be like, yo, wait a minute. What does that have to do with, what's that got to do with what we getting ready to do? Like, what's that? That don't have nothing. That's, you introducing that in the wrong space. You introducing that in the wrong space, champ. That ain't got nothing to do with this. These books is older than the schools. Like these books were written before the people who built those schools were born. Max said, salt water. Have you seen the trend of people dipping their name in salt water? They say it cures bad luck and purifies people's karma. What do you think? Max, it's so early in the morning. Yo, Max, you wild for that one. And listen, I'm putting Dewey Decimal up there, not because of Dewey Decimal's answer with words, but you see that face right there on Dewey Decimal icon? Yo, you see the Sanford and Sons look right there? Literally, I just had that same look. Before Dewey Decimal typed in his response, I had that same look on my face. You can't see it, but I had that same look on my face. Oh, man. So I'm going to say this. I do believe that dipping your name in salt water may cure whatever piece of paper that you wrote it on. In the sense of curing, like pickling, like preserving, right? But no, I don't think that I don't think that bad luck and karma is not like, I mean, I believe in aspects of bad luck and karma, just euphemistically speaking, right? Euphemistically speaking. But I really believe that you get, you know, like DMX said, he got what he came for. Surgery with the chainsaw, right? That's a bar, right? That's a bar, but the essence of the bar is, I think that you get out of life what you put into it, for the most part. right? We don't really keep account of everything that we got going on, but you know, the wages of sin, going back to the previous conversation, you know, we've been talking for a few minutes now, so I don't know if you missed the earlier part of the conversation, but I think the wages of sin is, you know, like, so I don't think there's a way to necessarily get out of that, you know, outside of work. You know, I think you can definitely work yourself out of a hole. Right? I think you could definitely work yourself out of a hole, pun intended, because it's Saturday, and that's a Bible. Actually a Bible. Right? One of Jesus' disciples said on the Sabbath, if my donkey falls in the ditch, should I get my donkey out? Right? So, pun intended, you could definitely work your way out of a hole, but yeah. Dipping your name into salt water. That's a wild one. But people online, like, you know, that's the thing about online with, you know, people still drinking vinegar. People drinking vinegar with cancer. People got cancer drinking vinegar to cure cancer and cure all kind. Like, online is a wild place. Online is a wild place. That's the thing about online. Online is a wild place. But listen, the thing with this flood story, right? So humanity was out of control, running wild, noisy, violent, over sexual, right? Kind of the way things are going right now, right? Kind of the way things are going right now. Sodom and Gomorrah kind of vibe, the land of Nod kind of vibe. Like, so the whole purpose of me saying earlier that I believe things happen in real time is because that's the cause and the cure of heart disease that we're going to look at, right? The cause and the cure of heart disease is things happening in real time. Now, the last time we did a video, you know, we lined up the usual suspects: sodium, cholesterol, glycation from sugar, like high A1C numbers. You know, we went into fat and estrogen and a couple other pieces. But this thing here is totally different, right? And so the reason why I had to go back to this flood story is because for me, like, I never would introduce anything to the public out of the Bible or even the papyri, you know, like, without having scientific validation, and then also experiential validation, right? Either my own experiences or somebody else's that I can vouch for, along with scientific data to tell me, okay, no, this is what this is, right? This is what this is. But for the purposes of understanding, we're walking through the research just so you be up to speed, right? Because I know you got to be trolling, Max. And so for the sake of me thinking that maybe an idle mind is the devil's playground and that maybe you trolling because you don't really understand the context of the conversation, just give you a little backstory on where we at in the convo. Like, you know, my mind been all over the place, but I still been working because, you know, obviously the information, the inspiration is at a, you know, is at a climax, right? And is at an apex right now. Maybe, who knows what tomorrow will bring. Like Jay-Z said, I hope the best of your todays is the worst of your tomorrow. So who knows? Maybe the best of my todays is the worst of my tomorrows, right? But yeah, so we just walking through, because I like to be as thorough as possible when I approach this stuff. So I need the who, what, where, when, why, and the how. Who, what, where, when, why, and how, right? And so in the world of morality, when you're dealing with these religious narratives, it's cool to find a how, but it's more important also to find a who, what, where, and when, to have a complete story, right? So in my search to find the who, what, where, and when part, this is where it brought me to the flood, right? And the flood seems to be a common theme as well, because even though it's not here, you know, it's never listed. Yo, Kemet is always, Egypt is always violated, right? I don't see how they have flood stories and nobody mentions the Nile. Like that's the Nile. That's the Nile, right? How do you have flood stories and you don't mention the Nile, right? But anyway, so the idea is, and that's kind of where I was going with the instant, or for your understanding, instant karma. Like you sin, right? You skate backwards on the highway against traffic, you getting ran over is the wage of the sin. It's not a mystical, magical thing that happens later on. So in the context of the conversation with heart disease, there needed to be, for me, a real-time thing. Like, so if you're skating against the traffic, the agents that are going to collect payment, right? The agents that's going to collect payment are the cars, right? When you skating backwards on the highway against traffic, the cars is going to be what takes what exacts that toll, right? The wages of sin, you got to pay. Okay, boom, you're going to pay because one of them cars or a truck or a bus is going to run you over, bang. But for me, in that context, heart disease would have to have an internal mechanism for each person, right? So we here in an hour and now we finally got to it, right? So for me, heart disease would have had to have that type of mechanism built into it. And that would have to be something individual for each person, right? Like you running around violating or dipping your name in salt, like that shouldn't cause me to have heart disease, right? Or not you, because you're saying people online, but people doing it, like that shouldn't, right? If your next door neighbor smoking crack, that ain't got nothing to do with your lungs, you know what I'm saying? Technically, you know, unless it's coming through the vent, right? So that's that, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Like I needed to find something related to a set of laws, right? A set of laws, a set of rules that would also then, if you break those rules, trigger this outcome, right? So if P, then Q, I needed it to be like that, right? Because anything else, you getting mystical and you know, like you kind of like in the land of make-believe. So I needed it to be ground in like fact, something tangible, something that's if P, then Q. Here's the rule, here's the law, here's the commandment. If you break this law, rule, or commandment, this thing will kick in inside you, and this will result in this, right? So that's where it gets crazy, because when you start to look at what we find here, it's getting ready to go up, right? Now, obviously, if you saw the other video, the amygdala is that thing. The amygdala is the self-destruct button. Right? So that's that. All right, now let's see what the Bible version says real quick before we move on. Let me see. Let's get us a I got too many things on this screen open. Let's close some of this stuff down. Okay, what is all this? Nah, y'all out of here. Boop. Okay. That made things a lot more simple. All right, so this is Genesis 6. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives, all of which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. You know, I'm not going to do a 120 thing right here. I'm not going to do a 120 thing right here, but 120 is everywhere, right? But it says, my spirit shall not always strive with man, right? That's a very curious line right there. Strive, right? Because strive can be taken a few different ways, right? Strive could be like pushing you forward, but strive could be like struggling with you. You know, I have children, so I talk to my children this way. Like, you know, I'm not going to always be there to tell you what to do and what not to do. Like, you're going to have to figure this out, because soon you're going to be grown and you're going to have to do this on. So it could be in that kind of context. But anyway, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which are of old, men of renown. And God saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on earth, and it grieved him at his heart. right? So keep in mind, you know, like just let it register every time you hear that heart, right? Because that's the focal point, right? God is judging man, right, on the thoughts of his heart, right? The thoughts of his heart, right? Not the thoughts of his brain, the thoughts of his heart, right? The thoughts of his heart. That's that you could read into, because there's a point in time where even Kemetic, and this is where I guess I beef with a lot of the Kemetic guys, because they don't read the Kemetic text, or if they do, they don't believe in it. That's the thing that I was saying earlier. Like, you got Christians having Christian debates, but they're not Christian. They're not into they have a perspective of debate. You know, you got Muslim guys that's debating in favor of the Quran, but they're not Muslim. You know what I'm saying? I'm arguing with Zip. Zip sitting down smoking weed every day, rapping, talking about he's selling crack. You're not a Muslim, bro. You're not a Muslim. You're a Muslim enthusiast. You know, like, these guys are Kemetic enthusiasts. They're Christian enthusiasts. If you like the material or the information, but you don't practice it in your life, you just like the information, right? That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that doesn't mean you really one of them people. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm saying all that to say, because Kemet, they were very specific in the pap ride that your heart is the source of your mind, right? That's why we have the Ib book. I think y'all need to go get that book, the Ib book. Like, we've been walking this thing down for a while anyway. So it's not like I just popped out of nowhere with these books, you know what I'm saying? Or the last couple of books anyway. We've been walking this thing down. We got the Ib book. We got the Heartbeat book, right? Heartbeat book, Music to My Ears. Like, we've been walking this thing down for a minute. But thoughts of his heart, specifically, not thoughts of the brain. So even in the Bible, thoughts, you know, the mind is associated with the heart. The mind is associated with the heart, not necessarily the brain. So that's just an important thing to pay attention to here, right? And it repented the Lord that he made man on earth, and it grieved him at his heart, right? So man's heart and God's heart, right? So now this is a space that maybe not everybody can go into, and we're kind of going to be speaking on a few different books, right? Because I don't know where y'all are at, but we have 3 new books that deals with this topic, right? We have the Speak It Into Existence book. Then we have the Observer Effect book. And then we also have the Radio Anatomy book, right? So we have 3 different books. We have the Speak Into Existence book. We have the Observer Effect book, which is the Electrician Prayer Manual, right? That's the right name. The Electrician Prayer Manual. And then we have the Electrician's Radio Anatomy book, Radio Anatomy Manual, right? Now, this right here is an early precursor, right? And this only happens from repetition. You got to really be mentally in a certain type of space. You got to be mentally in a certain type of space, and you really got to, like, read over and over. So I try to tell people, like, follow your heart, pun intended. Like when people ask me, like, EnQi, you got so many books out, which book should I start reading first? I'm like, well, you could start at the beginning and just read through in order, or the book that you're most passionate about, buy that book and start reading that book. That book is going to take you on a journey of its own, right? Because the passion is important, right? The passion is important. But what this speaks to right here, I want y'all to understand, right? This is quantum entanglement, right? This is quantum entanglement, right? That's what this is about right here. So you'll get some goofy characters. You're gonna get some goofy characters, and they're gonna like this would be where some people will tap out. Some people would tap out because they're not really ready. They're not ready for this type of conversation. So they'll tap out right here. Right? And what I mean by that is some people they'll go, oh, see, EnQi, look, I got you. I could show you the Bible is fake right now already. Look, EnQi, I could show you the Bible is fake. Genesis chapter 6. You just read it. God has a heart. So is God the creator, or is this God a man? Because clearly, if God has a heart, right, then that means that God is not real, because, and the whole Bible is fake because blah, blah, blah. Yo, I just be listening to these guys like, yo, do you know my daughter is walking like her spine was broken and science couldn't fix it, and me reading these things here, like I fixed it. You know how many women couldn't have babies? They got babies. You know how many people had cancer? They don't got cancer. Like, you can't you can't tell me with no foolishness, right? But that's the thing they do. Oh, can a Jonah survive in a whale? Can a human live in a whale's mouth? So clearly the whole Bible is like, but what this is talking about is quantum entanglement, right? Quantum entanglement. And we talk about this in the book. So it's not like I'm giving away something that's, we talk about these in the books, right? We talk about the science, right? Because at the end of the day, like I said, when I go through the papyri or the Bible or the Sumerian text or whatever the case may be, and I find something, I don't bring it to people until we go through some journals and I go through some, some experience, like I need qualitative and quantitative data, mixed methods. I need qualitative and quantitative data before I present any findings. Let me say it like that for the people that might need to hear it that way, that's listening. Right? That's for all of the college, the paper people. Right? But this is strictly speaking to quantum entanglement. And this is why we have to understand the whole flood purpose. Right? This is it right here. This is the whole flood purpose. The whole flood purpose. It's not about, God was, like God was so busy doing his thing that, man was, like making noise and waking him up from sleep, or like, it's not like that. The creator is never separated from the creation. This is why I be online yelling about people stealing my stuff, trying to steal my life stories and my research and like trying to be me. I'm like, bro, you got to give it up. You need to be you. But quantum entanglement is a real thing. spooky action at a distance. Like we really go into spooky action at a distance in the book, but this is it right here, right? So this is about God being quantumly entangled with man through his heart. I need y'all to understand that concept, because we go into that concept on deeper levels in the books too. When we start talking about the devil and Satan's program. Oh, we got to go into that. We got to go into the devil and Satan's program. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason why certain things is going on out here. If you go onto the Amazon, right? Hold on, look. If you go onto the Amazon, for the most part, hold on. Let me see. Why didn't this just switch over the screen just now? Yeah. Dr. EnQi books. Okay, bang. Look at that. If you go to the Amazon, let me show you. Damn, what's up with the screen? It was all a dream. Oh, that's what it is. Figured out the problem. So if you go to the website, to Amazon, so you got this right here. You could just grab, like, you can go crazy like that and get them in that order. Right? You could just go in that order. Or you could go in like mini series. You know, you got Melanin versus Diabetes series books, you know, the 1 through 6. You got the Race Hustler series 1 through 6. Then you got the main series, which is the True and Living Comedic Science series. That's 1 through 44 right now. Right? That's 1 through 44. And then you got the like, this is what I really want to see people focused on. Like, everybody should be on this, seriously, for the holidays, for the families. Like, these should be gifts. Like, people should be gifting this. Everybody should have 1,000. Like, this is what people should be on right here. Bang. These books right here. Right? Generational health books. Teach them babies. This is a whole book series of its own. This is a separate book series. This is family-based reading material. This is just for the family. This is for you to read with your kids, or you to read with your nieces and nephews, or the children in the neighborhood that you trying to provide, you know, an example to, guidance with. Like, this is what that is. Right? So instead of video games and Jordans and foolishness, Xboxes and all that, people should be getting this for all of the children that they know. Right? But right. Yeah. So there are some that's not in print anymore. That is a fact. But you can get you can get them in best as order as possible. You know what I'm saying? You can get them in best as order as possible. Yeah, you can get them in order as best as possible. Right? But I want to make sure that we kind of keep drilling where we at. You know what I'm saying? So this is important, though. This is quantum entanglement. In fact, let me. I think. Well, I think we should all kind of have an idea what quantum entanglement is. later on at some point, we'll probably go deeper into it, right? But quantum entanglement, spooky action at a distance. That's where one thing affects another thing, no matter how far they are apart, instantaneously, instantly. So that's what I'm saying. This flood story is a lot deeper than people think. This flood story is a lot deeper than people think. And this is the whole Satan, this is the whole devil program right here. The devil doesn't have a way to get at God directly. So when you read all of these flood stories, whether it's God and the devil, which is the kind of the Bible narrative, the one that we have now, which is most prominent. But when you go back to the other texts, even the cuneiform tablets, you know, EnQi and his team was responsible for creating mankind. So they loved mankind. Mankind is, you know, is a part of them. They even had to put a part of their genetics in mankind. You understand? The same way you have in the Bible story, where in order for God to make man, how did God make man? He formed man of the dust of the ground, and then what he do? Blew into his nostrils the breath of life. So what does that mean? That means he imparted a piece of his soul into man. The breath of life came from where? The breath of life came from God's mouth into man's nose. So God put some of his soul into man. That's the biblical narrative. When we go back into the Sumerian narrative, it was genetics. It was genetic material. Like they was trying to make a man, and they couldn't. They just kept getting like retarded, you know, retards or savages. And so in order to get a high functioning man, they had to put some of their genetics into this creature, right? They had to put some of their genetics into this creature. And so even that story gets a little complicated when you look at the 2A, you know, chromosome 2A and 2B and whatever the case may be, in some of those old debates, which science has kind of glossed over and just quieted down, but everybody's not buying what they're selling. You know what I'm saying? But that's another conversation too. But anyway, so right here, this is a very important part of the story. Like nobody discusses this, you know, it's overlooked, but that's what this is about right here. This is the quantum entanglement of God and man's hearts, right? So if you're watching, this is one of those moments where you want to take notes. Right? Especially if you're a Mason. I'm not going to tell you why. If you're a Mason, you should already see it. Right? If you're a Mason, you should already see it. But this is the most important thing right here. This could quite possibly be the most important passage of the whole Bible. If you're asking me, this is easily one of them. If not the most important passage, easily top five. top five. top five. Right? But this is it right here. Man is quantumly entangled with God. You know the saying, your arm's too short to box with God? That's how you violate God. Right? So that's the only weak point that God has. God's weak point is man. So the devil can't hurt God directly, but he can hurt God by getting us to do, you know, like by attacking us. Right? If you understand quantum entanglement, spooky action at a distance. So in the cuneiform text, by putting their genetic material into man that made man a part of them, right? A part of their flesh, right? A part of their flesh. The Bible, to me, is much more intimate, but by God sharing his soul with man, right? That's much more intimate, right? So that makes it one body, right? That makes it one body. That's important, right? So anyway, this whole Satan thing, you know what I'm saying? You can't really. Now, here's the thing here's one of my pet peeves. People that say they don't believe in the devil. If you believe in God, you believe in the devil. Knock it off. We live in a binary universe. You got to watch these non-binary ideas, the way they creep up on you in a lot of different ways. yo, the non-binary people be in the full court press. They be trying to find any kind of way to slip it in, pun intended. Trying to tell you, the non-binary people be out here trying to slip it in. You know what I'm saying? Like, the baby oil is everywhere. Trust me, the baby oil is not just in Puff Daddy's house. The baby oil is everywhere. Yes. Billy Carson is, and I don't want to highlight him as if he's alone, but most of the Black YouTube space is on Team Satan. That's Team Satan right there. That's Team Satan all the way. And they started slow. Listen, they started slow. Oh, we debunking the Bible because this is and that. We're debunking Islam because of this and that. We're debunking the Kemetic gods of this and that. Like, slowly but surely, they started with very small things, all the way up into the point where the Kemetic gods became gay. You know, the Bible went from patriarchal, which is somehow a tool of the devil, which is not true, to the Bible has contradictions in it. And then that turned into, you know, Jesus is the devil. And then now it's God is the devil. Like, they're just going up the line slowly but surely. Like, they got the full court press going on. But we talk about that. We talk about all those things in the books. I'm telling you, we went crazy. Like, we went crazy in these books. So we didn't leave no stone unturned, right? But yeah, Billy Carson is a full-blown Satan worshiper. He's a full-blown Satan worshiper. A lot of these guys are, though. That's the thing that I try to get people to understand all this time. You know, that whole anal, you know, all that, the whole chakra thing, all that, like, from Pascal Beverly Randolph to Madame Blavatsky, from Madame Blavatsky to Aleister Crowley, from Aleister Crowley to Jack Parsons, and then it stops at Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons is the Antichrist, right? Once it gets to Jack Parsons, then it goes government and it goes Hollywood. It goes mainstream. It goes billionaire, right? And then after Jack Parsons, now that it's gone, it's everywhere now. Satan worship is, you know, everywhere behind the scenes. At that point, what they needed was a mascot to popularize it, like a comedian. You know, that's what comedians do. They popularize certain thoughts. And so that's the job of a comedian, in case you don't know what a comedian's job is. Job of a comedian is to get you to overcome your fear of something or your moral inhibitions. A comedian is like a drug, right? So something that you wouldn't do sober, you might do if you was drunk. That's what a comedian is there to do, to get you to accept some ideas you wouldn't normally accept. So from Jack Parsons, once this thing goes global, and when I say global, I'm talking about government, TV, media, like Jack Parsons put this thing in the sky, pun intended. Then that's where you get the goofball, right? Or the mascot, Anton LaVey, right? So Anton LaVey comes along, and Anton LaVey makes Satanism like a popular thing now, so they could promote it to the kids and, you know, put it on TV and late night talk shows. And that's Anton LaVey's contribution. But that's like the lineage of Satanism in real time, right? That's where the lineage comes from. Now we can go back further than Pascal Beverly Randolph, but Pascal Beverly Randolph is really the origin of modern day Satanists. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't know, Pascal Beverly Randolph is a black man. So I want y'all to understand that, because we're going to be in some touchy conversations, and we're going to be in some very uncomfortable spaces with these conversations. You know what I'm saying? But just understand that I'm tracing all of the pure effery back to a black guy, not to a white lady, not to a white man. Right? So I just want y'all to understand, we charging this debit card, we putting this on a black man's shoulders. And of course he had teachers, blah, blah, blah. But no. What we know of as modern Satanism starts with Pascal Beverly Randolph, period, in all of its forms. The whole idea about, you know, the sexual, all of that stuff. It starts with Pascal Beverly Randolph. He's the one that was over there in India and was really coming back looking crazy with, you know, powder in his nose and things in his booty. You know what I'm saying? Like that's see. Pascal Beverly Randolph is the one. Right? He intellectualized, you know, sin. And he laid the framework for Madame Blavatsky. Madame Blavatsky is his student. And then from Madame Blavatsky, you get Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is Madame Blavatsky's student. And then Aleister Crowley gives us Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons is Aleister Crowley's student. Jack Parsons is the founder of Jack Parsons, here's a quick way to understand who Jack Parsons is, because they got the babies. And listen, I love Jack Parsons too. You couldn't help it, right? If you watch cartoons and comic books and you love Tony Stark, the Iron Man, Tony Stark's the Iron Man is the Jack Parsons guy. That's Jack Parsons. Now, obviously, the superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark's, he's designed to look a certain type of way, right? But it's transhumanism. It's transhumanism. You got to understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is where I don't know if it helps make me a better communicator. You know what I'm saying? Because I be as conflicted and affected as everybody else. You know, I'm in the matrix with you. I'm not speaking from outside the matrix, inside the matrix, saying, yeah, if you've been, like if you've been looking at Iron Man movies and you love Iron Man, then you've been sinning, you going into hell's fire. I'm like, man, listen, I'm like, we, you know what I'm saying? Like, because if a new Iron Man drop, listen, if a new Iron Man movie drop, listen, we going to see it. You know what I'm saying? I think for me, understanding the information, having the knowledge is not like about avoiding reality. It's just about understanding reality and knowing what, and that's my whole approach to everything. Informed decisions. Informed decisions. Just know what it is and make your decision. You know what I'm saying? It's not saying like, okay, cool, we know sugar is killing folks, so we never having another donut. No, that ain't it. Just know what that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, just know what that is. Thanksgiving is coming up in a few days. So you're going to have a bunch of Muslims eating pork. You're going to have Muslims eating ham, right? I grew up watching it, so you can't tell me nothing. I had cousins and uncles and all that turned into Muslims while they was in prison, and they was definitely super anal. I'm talking about crazy, reading all the ingredients, breaking down how many different names that they disguise pork under and all that. And when Thanksgiving rolled around, bruh, when Thanksgiving rolled around, they getting ready to have them a little piece. So it's not about knowing, it's not about avoiding, some things you probably want to avoid, you know what I'm saying? But other things, listen, if you feel like you can handle the wages of the sin, go do what you do. Because, we out here, we only get to live once. My thing always just been people trying to change it up. Like when you try to disguise a sin and make it something else, that's when I know you on Satan's team. Right? Like the Bible clearly says 2 men under no circumstances are supposed to have sex, period. So now, what does that mean in the context of the conversation? If you decide that that's what you're trying to do, go ahead and do what you're trying to do. But just know that you're operating outside the confines of being a Christian or being a Catholic or being any type of Bible anything. You have now went over to the other side. Period. And so you can't say to yourself, I like doing this thing so much that I'm not going to stop doing this. Because if that's the case, then you can't be this. If you like eating pork so much that you always going to eat pork, all right, well, cool. That qualifies you as a non-Muslim. You can't be a Muslim and say, okay, well, like I like rap so much, right? I like rapping so much that I'm never going to stop rapping. I'm always going to rap for the rest of my life because it's a part of who I am, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, if you like rap that much, then you cannot be a Muslim, because being a Muslim, one of the rules is you cannot rap. You say, hold up. The Quran was invented way before rap. Look it up. You cannot sing about violence, drugs, money, and all that. You can't use your voice for that. So now you got to make a decision. Do you want to be a Muslim? Do you love Allah more than you love rap? It's a personal choice, but you can't do both. And where you become a Satanist in that regard is if you try to mislead young people and go, hey, you could be a good Muslim while rapping about this, that, and the other. Like it's a lot of rappers that take their shahada. And people don't understand. Like people will ask me, yo, what you think about such and such took his shahada? Or what you think about this rapper took his shahada? I'm like, yo, he's still dropping albums. Okay, so that's fake. That's some Satan. That's some devil. That's you taking a shahada with no intentions of stop being a rapper. That's fraud. that's giving the next generation behind you the idea that those sins are okay, right? So you on the other side at that point. Yeah. Oh, you must have just looked up Pascal Beverly Randolph. Yo. But no, but see, and so that's the thing. Think about this quantum entanglement. I really want people to stop. That's why we stop talking and we just on this quantum entanglement. If you don't know, all of this conversation is about quantum entanglement, right? Because you are quantum entangled. You are quantumly entangled with God. So when the devil gets you to do all these things, technically, it's the same as him getting God to do these things, right? Because you're quantumly entangled. So when you get on your skateboard and you ride backwards on the highway in traffic and you get ran over, right? So this is where this whole passage comes from, right? This is where this whole passage comes from, right? This is where this whole passage comes from. Let's get this out of the bottom here. All right. So God saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. So again, take those notes. Imagination of thoughts, right? So imagination emanates from your thoughts, and your thoughts come from your heart. Now, here's another question, because I know it's some sincere people that's listening, but we're going to also have goofballs, right? When the Bible was written, right? When the Bible was written, were there any scientific journals at the time? The answer is obviously going to be no, right? There was no scientific journal. What is the origin of a scientific journal? Right? What's the origin of a scientific journal? The origin of a scientific journal is the Egyptian papyri. Right? The origin of scientific journals is the Egyptian papyri. I need you to get that part, right? So now, this is why we have a book called the Ib book. Once again, the Ib, and this is why like goofballs like Reggie and some of these other folks, just goofballs, like they claim to study Kemet, but they ain't really studying, right? You got to ask yourself, when 2,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago, they said that the mind, that your thoughts come from your heart, right? Because the Egyptian text is very explicit. Like they're very explicit and specific. They have two different words for heart. One word that means the physical heart, and then another word for heart, which is ib, that means the mind, right? The seat of the soul, the spirit. Now, you could Google any Google and it'll tell you any Google. You can search on any search engine rather, and it'll tell you that 40% of your heart is made out of neurons. The same neurons that's in your brain. Right? So here is another buried scientific fact right here. This is scientific fact now. This is scientific fact. So this went from being something that maybe 20 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. It might be happening right now still, because a lot of these guys having these conversations online is illiterate. right? They say that they studying, but they're not. They just watching videos of people that study. They're not actually buying books and reading books. They're not actually studying themselves. A lot of these guys that say they studying, they're not studying. They're watching videos of people that study. That's not the same as studying. Right? That's not the same as studying. Until you buy the books and you actually read the words for yourself, you're not studying, right? But this would be something that they would use to debunk you. They would prove by a line like this that the Bible was stupid and it got contradictions. Oh, it says thoughts of his heart. Ha ha ha. We know that the heart only pumps blood. How could it be thoughts of his heart? Clearly, the creator of the Bible must be dumb because like now technology done caught up. Now we know the heart has millions of neurons, just like your brain, right? So very important passage here. Genesis 6. Genesis 6. Right? Very important passage here. Right? Man's heart and God's heart are quantumly entangled. Right? Man's heart and God's heart are quantumly entangled. Right? And here's another passage. God saw. God saw. Oh man, God must have had eyeballs if he saw. Hey, God must have had eyeballs. So is you saying God had eyeballs? Because God created man in his image and likeness. So man got eyeballs. So God got eyeballs. And let me show you right here proof that God got eyeballs because God saw. Look at this right here. God clearly got eyeballs because it said God saw. Then you got to ask him. You got to slow him down. You got to slow him down and ask him, how do you see? Do you see with eyeballs? Like you got to ask him. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You got to ask them, do you see with eyeballs? And they're going to say like, oh yeah, of course you see with eyeballs. What kind of question is that? So then you got to ask another follow-up question. If you see with eyeballs, does everybody that have eyeballs see? Is everybody able to see that has eyeballs? Now, if you got somebody that's passionate or they a little dumb, they might answer before they think and say, yeah, and not realize that we got plenty of blind people out here that got eyeballs and they can't. So they got eyeballs and they can't see. So the surface level answer right there, there's plenty of people that have eyeballs and cannot see. They're blind. That's number one. They're born like that. They're born with eyes, but they cannot see. They're blind. Then you have people that had good working eyes, but they lost their sight, right? Then you have the difference between different types of animals, right? All different types of animals have different types of sight. A human doesn't have the same eyesight as a bumblebee or a fly or even your pet. Your dog don't see. If your dog is looking, if you and your dog both facing in the same direction, you and your dog see two completely different things. So you got to get to what saw means. What is the essence of saw? How do we see? Right? Seeing is about translating what? Electromagnetic waves. Right? Electromagnetic waves. See that, but you know, if we're not having a scientific conversation, see, that's why a lot of times I can't even participate in these conversations because the conversations don't be high level enough. It'd be too ridiculous. It's too low level of a conversation. So I just got to stay on my channel and talk to y'all. Right? Because saw just means that you're able to translate electromagnetic waves into information. Period. That's what quantum entanglement is about. Being quantumly entangled with something means that instantly something happened somewhere else to something that you're quantumly entangled with, and it affected you. You got the information about it, even though you wasn't there. Right? There's been parents, there's been husbands, wives, all that. Somebody die, they might feel a sharp pain in their chest. Their stomach might, they might have like a massive flood of butterflies. They might have a nightmare. What is that? That's because you quantumly entangled with that person that just went through something. Their pain became your pain. You felt that from wherever you was at. Right? So there's many different ways to receive information. Right? There's many different ways to receive information. But anyway, so that's the main thing here with this whole flood piece. Right? That's the main thing here with this whole flood piece. So of course, in the cuneiform story, right, EnQi, gives Zasudra the same way God kind of inspires Noah. Like, listen, I don't care what they say. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see the value in you. I see the goodness in you. I see the I see your character. And I don't think that everybody should die for the actions of a few. So I tell you what, build this ship right here. Build this ship right here, and you gonna be straight. Now, mind you, that's a gift and a curse. That's a gift and a curse, because you're asking somebody to build an ark, right? You're asking somebody to build an ark in a place where there's no evidence of ever having a flood. So that's a gift and a curse right there. That's a I believe in your character, but guess what? Because I'm going to try to save you, I'm going to give you a last test. You still got another test ahead of you to be saved, right? Because I'm going to tell you something that you can't believe. I'm going to give you something that you can't even believe. There's no earthly way to explain this, huh? And I need you to act on it, right? Faith without works is dead. Here, I'm going to give you this. I need you to build this ark, and I need you to, I need you to follow through with this. It's not going to be an easy task. It's not going to happen overnight. You're going to have to grind. You're going to have to struggle. You're going to have to look crazy out here, all that. All that. But guess what? If you stick with it, you're going to come up at the end, right? So when this happens and the flood happens and Zasudra or Noah survives, there's stories floating around outside the Bible and in the text that are associated that says that the council had to reconvene. Especially with the cuneiform text anyway. They wanted to know, how did Zasudra survive? Like, who was the snitch? Who was the snitch? Because clearly somebody had to snitch on our plans to do the flood. And then whoever the snitch was gave homeboy the technology to like what are you doing? Like, who? So the deal was, okay, let's give man a chance to prove his own value, right? Let's give each person a chance to prove. Let's give each person a chance to prove who they are, to prove their character, to prove their morality, and obviously when you look at, you know, because I always, you know, you always got to remember the cuneiform is the same as the Bible when it comes to the numbers. The numbers are always specific. The numbers are always multiples of 9. You know what I'm saying? Or 3 or something to that effect. You know what I'm saying? But you'll see certain signature numbers, right? Utnapishtim laid out the exterior walls of the boat 120 cubits. The sides of the superstructure had equal lengths of 120 cubits. 3 times 3,600 units of raw bitumen were melted in a kiln, and 3 times 3,600 units of oil were used, in addition to 2 times 3,600 units of oil that was stored on the boat. And like just stuff like that. You know that there's another part to the story. You know what I'm saying? And it's either 7-day, 40-day, 120-day flood, and you know, stuff like that. Right. So okay, so we got it. Or at least I think you got it. Hopefully you got you. Hopefully we cooking, right? So all of this story that we're talking about is about heart disease and about how I came to this, because we got people tuning in, tuning out. They're like, what is EnQi doing live at 7 o'clock in the morning? People got other stuff going on. They trying to listen in their car. It's going off. They getting dressed. They jumping in the shower. People. So it's cool. The people will listen on the playback and jump in and out, whatever the case may be. But what I'm saying is that the amygdala, right, is the self-destruct button. It's to prove your morality button. It's to prove that you have an upright character button. Right? So if you following certain, you know, now obviously universal law is a bunch of commandments. So it's not like it's one button for all commandments. Like you break like any sin is going to affect your amygdala. No. That's not how that go. If you're a man and you having man on man sex, I mean, we looked at colon cancer, like that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like that alone, you know what I'm saying? Like, but for heart disease, right? For crimes of passion, right? Crimes of passion, crimes of the heart, which I'm showing you is the whole thing with this flood thing. Right? Being corrupt, filled with violence and anger. You know what I'm saying? Violence, anger, and fear all goes together. Right? Violence and anger makes people in fear of you. And then we respond to violence and anger. Like, how do we respond to violence and anger? We respond with violence and anger, or we become a victim. Right? Both of which have their roots in the amygdala and in your heart disease, right? But I'm just showing you how this is all laid out for you in the Bible. Right? All right. All right. So now we go to I guess we should establish. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming.
Myron! Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody reading no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I look at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the picture. You know, it ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I went to hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reender, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggy-on. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
All right, so hold on. I thought I was doing this before I came back over here, but I need my etymology page. I need my etymology page opened up. All right. So that we see that we're not making up nothing. All right. So that we clear on this thing here. Because otherwise, some of this it won't make sense. Right? So first things first, let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all know do y'all understand the confusion between the Hebrew and the Greek? Do y'all understand the confusion between the Hebrew and the Greek? Shout out to 9 Lives. I appreciate you, beloved. Do y'all understand the confusion between the Hebrew and the Greek when it comes to the Bible? Okay, so here's the confusion, right? The original language of the Bible is Hebrew, right? And so if you say that, nobody would challenge that, right? But if you dig a little bit, or you look around, or you ask around, and you say, well, let me see what's the oldest copy of the Bible. And the oldest written copy of the Bible is the Septuagint, right? Which is Greek. It's a Greek book, not New Testament. I'm talking about the whole thing. It's Greek, right? So you go, wait a minute. What do you mean the oldest copy of the Bible is Greek? Are you saying that they had some Hebrew ones? They had some Bibles written in Hebrew, and then somehow they got lost, and so the only ones that we could find that's still around is the Greek joints? Or like, what do you mean the first written copy is in Greek, right? So there's a lot of confusion surrounding that, and we'll get deeper into that as we get deeper into the books, right? Because we address it in the books. We go deeper into it in the books. So we'll have some deeper conversations about it. You know what I'm saying? But Suffice it to say now, the authors that wrote the Greek were Hebrews. They spoke Hebrew. That was their first language. So when we see this here, the amygdala means almond, right? It's important that you see this here from Greek. It's important that you see this here from Greek, right? It's coming from the Greek, right? And when you go to the Latin, it's something else, right? But from the Greek, which is the language, a language of the Bible, that's how we're going to do it. We're going to give it that. We're going to give it partial respect, right? We're going to give it partial respect. We're going to do a 70-30. We're going to give Greek some love, at least over here, to keep everything all wise, right, and exact. Because if, you know, that's another thing. I hear a lot of people studying the Hebrew when it comes to the Bible, but you don't really hear any of these people online arguing, talking about, yo, I've been studying the Greek, right? So that's a whole nother conversation, but I'm getting ready to do me some examining of the Greek language myself. As a Greek enthusiast, as a Greek language enthusiast, I'm gonna get ready to start just checking out the alphabet and, you know, trying to figure some stuff out, you know, with some of this. But anyway, I just need you to get this right here, right? The Greek word for almond is amygdala. All right, I want y'all to understand that. So it's not like amygdala, it also means almond. No. Almond is an English word. So an almond is a fruit. In English, you call that fruit, that nut, right? You call that nut in English an almond. But if we was Greek, like if Giannis Antetokounmpo was at home and he went to the supermarket to get almonds, he wouldn't say almond, he would say amygdala. I want y'all to understand that. So you always have to keep in mind there's an unbroken chain. Kemet or ancient Egypt, Greek, today. That's how our medical science, that's how our anatomical science developed. Ancient Egypt, then Greece, then us. Chloe, you is not still asleep, lady. Come on. Put the hot water on for me. I need something hot. It's blue magic time. All right, so we got this, right? Hopefully we got this. Hopefully we got that. Right? Right, look. If you look up the word almond, it goes in reverse. Right? If you look up almond, it goes in reverse. Right? So that's what the word is. Right? So just keep that in mind, that the Bible is a translation. When you translate, it's different words. Sometimes we get into the bad habit of thinking that it's something different because it's a different word. We don't understand the nature of translation. So a lot of our disagreements just come just strictly on the fact that we don't understand languages. And I think for me, being born in the Bronx helped me with that understanding. You know what I'm saying? Because the Bronx, everybody was there together. White folks, black folks, yellow, brown, you know, native, Spanish, Dominican, Puerto Rican, African, Jamaican, I mean, everybody, Irish, German, like everybody was there and everybody was struggling together. You know what I'm saying? So some hang-ups people have, I don't. Some hang-ups I obviously clearly do. I'm still working on me, but you know. Okay. So now I want you to put the Genesis story in your back pocket for a second. Right? I want you to just put this in your back pocket for a second. Put this in your back pocket for a second. Hold this. I want you to hold this. Right? Hold this in your back pocket. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. Now, remember, we went through Genesis in detail, the whole Garden of Eden, and we went through the whole thing in super detail. And I said it was some parts that I was going to circle back around to. Well, we spinning the block right now. Yes and yes. Almonds are good for the heart, and definitely you are getting ahead of yourself. But because that's not where we're going with this. That's not where we're going, right? Right. Okay, yeah. So here's the thing. I don't want you to think about nuts. Pause. I don't want you to think about nuts. Right? I want you to think about the amygdala that you have in your brain. See, I want you to understand that the amygdala has two meanings. So almonds have two meanings. Right? I want you to understand this part. Amygdala has two meanings. Almonds have two meanings. Right? The amygdala, when you say amygdala, amygdala means an organ that you have in your brain. It's at the top of your brain stem. Right? But amygdala also means just plain old almond. It's one word that means both things. Right? You got to get this part. Like, if you don't get that part, the rest of the part ain't gonna make sense. The amygdala, it means almond. So if I say the word plainly, amygdala, we are conditioned as English-speaking Americans to immediately think about the organ in our brain. But I'm saying we got to remember the Bible was written in a different language, in a different country, in a different era. Right? The word means simply almond. Right? The word simply means almond. Right? So I want you to put this in your back pocket right here, Genesis chapter 2, verse 17, because we don't have a fruit here. Right? People been breaking this down 1,000 different ways for the last 1,000 years of what they think it means. Oh, that's the tree of life. That's the Kabbalah. That's the apple tree. That's not a tree at all. That's this. So I just want you to put this in your back pocket.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
All right, so where was we at? Listen, it's early in the morning. My house starting to wake up. The children starting to move around. The dog's starting to move around. It's also almond shaped. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's where the name came from, right? But yeah, so we're gonna move around in here. We're gonna move around in here. So I want y'all to grab that, right? Hold on to that. Now, this is probably where you need to have the autism book, right? Because in the autism book, what do we do in the autism book? In the autism book, we go through the genesis of the brain, right? When we go through the genesis of the brain, right? When we go through the genesis of the brain, we talk about how the brain develops from what? The brain develops from what? Right? The brain develops from a rod. Your entire brain develops from a rod. Right? These are only facts. That's all. These are only facts. Like they got OnlyFans. This is only facts. Right? Your brain develops from a rod, right? Let's look it up real quick for the people. Maybe they didn't see that. That's why y'all need to get the books. No, I don't have a cup, babe. I need a cup. Let's see if we got an image. Nope, none of these is it. See, nowadays they don't call it a rod. They call it what? What do they call it nowadays? Right? What do they call it now? A neural what? Tube. They call it a tube now. The neural tube. Right? It's called a tube now. Why we can't just get a decent picture? Right? So this neural crest, right? This is your neural tube. Right? But I'm not looking. I'm trying to get a good picture. Gracias, mi amiga. If we wasn't looking for it, okay, that's decent. Right? So this is the rod right here. This is the tube that your entire brain, but definitely the amygdala is going to develop from. Right? So here goes. This is Numbers 17. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel. Take of every one of them a rod, according to the house of their fathers. Of all their princes, according to the house of their fathers, 12 rods. Write thou every man's name upon his rod. And thou shalt write Aaron's name upon the rod of Levi. For one rod shall be for the head of the house of their fathers. So, right here for me, right? Because I'm looking for anatomy, I'm looking for biochemistry, I'm looking for anything that relates metaphorically in this type of way, this stands out to me, right? This stands out to me, but this could be nothing. Like you can't look so deeply because the Bible is so big and there's so much stuff in there that almost anything you look for, you'll find. That's where you got to be careful. That's why I say, once I find some stuff, I need to corroborate it with other stuff, other scriptures, other ancient texts, and then obviously with modern science, right? Now, just reading this plainly, like it has a lot to be desired. It doesn't really make sense, right? When you just read through it, like if we just read through it and you're supposed to take a rod from everybody's house, like a rod from everybody's house doesn't really fully make sense. Like, what are we talking about? A rod from everybody's house. Like nowadays you had to say pause. We start talking about grabbing rods anyway. Like that's crazy off rip. Like, yo, grab a rod from your father. Like, yo, that's all crazy, right? But just on, but if we just talk about grabbing rods, like you could be talking about like a foundation from the house. Like, are we grabbing a piece of wood and putting somebody's name on it? right? That might make a little bit of sense, right? The houses are made out of wood. Okay, cool. So let's grab a piece of wood and put their name on it, right? And it shall come to pass that the man's rod whom I shall choose shall blossom, and I will make to cease from me the murmurings of the children of Israel, whereby they murmur against you. And Moses spake unto the children of Israel, and every one of their princes gave him a rod apiece, for each prince one according to their fathers' houses, even 12 rods, and the rod of Aaron was among their rods. And Moses laid up the rods before the Lord in the tabernacle of witness. And it came to pass that on the morrow Moses went into the tabernacle of witness and beheld the rod of Aaron for the house of Levi was budded and brought forth buds and bloomed blossoms and yielded almonds. Right? So are we saying that the rods from their father's house was almond trees? Are we saying like these houses are built out of almond tree wood? Like, is that? So that's what I'm just saying. Like, if it's just surface level and it doesn't have anything to do with anatomy, we had to account for the fact that the piece of wood started to grow almonds out of it. Right? And Moses brought out all the rods from before the Lord unto the children of Israel, and they looked and they took every man his rod. And the Lord said unto Moses, bring Aaron's rod again before the testimony, to be kept for a token against the rebels, and thou shalt quite take away the murmurings from me, that they die not. Okay. So here's another thing that popped out to me, right? Here's another thing that popped out. Complaints, right? This is stress, strife, struggle, right? So right here in verse 10, number 17, we got stress related to death, right? We got stress related to death, right? And it goes on. And Moses did so as the Lord commanded him. So did he. And the children of Israel spoke to Moses, saying, behold, we die, we perish, we all perish. Whosoever cometh anything near unto the tabernacle of the Lord shall die, shall we be consumed with dying. Right? So now you have this thing over here. And in verse 10, where they complaining about dying, right? The stress, and it's not about the tabernacle. That's these verses here. Don't it's not about the tabernacle, because this whole chapter is about this, right? That's why I said, speaking to the children and taking the rod, all the princes, write every man's name. Wow, we'll meet with you. Right? So what he's talking about here, God is talking to Moses and saying, basically, this is how I'm going to settle the children of Israel down from complaining about you. They complaining about you. They complaining about your leadership. They complaining about your guidance. They complaining about your laws, your rules. They tired of what you like. They tired of hearing all what you're talking about. And they all want to be the man. Right? They all want to be the man. They all want to be the one to come into the tabernacle and deal with me and go back out and all. Like they tired of you, like you posturing like you the man, you special. They feel like they special. They, you know, like just overall, you know how people are in daily life, right? So this was about that, right? And so verse 5 is the everyday complaints about their everyday life and their everyday station in life. Verse 10 relates those complaints, that stress from how they perceive their everyday life and their position in life to death. Right? So now another thing that pops out for me, obviously being Haitian, is the House of Levi. Right? Even though I don't agree with it, but I was always told as a youngin', right? If you're a Haitian, that means you from the House of Levi. Right? No, this is definitely being recorded for later. You Gucci. This will definitely be up later. Hold on one.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
All right. So we there, right? All right. So we there. We on the grind. Right? We on the grind. Right? Okay. So we got the almonds in play, and we got the almonds that blossom from rods. Somehow the almonds blossoming from the rods. Before we even leave from this, right? Because this is a solution. God is trying to solve some problems for Moses, right? And the solution is to the complaints and all that, but then it's also about death and not dying. And you know, it gets into that. And some of these spaces in the Bible is where it starts to get like supernatural or spooky, you know, if there's no science associated with it. Right? If we don't understand phenomena, then it's magical, or we just flag it off and say whatever is weird or whatever. Right? All right, now. Should we take the time and go off into this rod conversation? I don't think we need to go off into a rod conversation, right? Because we know Moses had the rod as the shepherd guides the sheep and blah, blah, blah. Like we got that. We don't need to do that right now, right? I don't think we need to do that right now. I think we need to stay on this. We're gonna stay on this almond thing. Right? We're gonna stay on this almond thing for a second. You made it all.
There's more left. I don't know how much is in the loaf, but
Okay. So let me see. My babies keep popping in and out. Now, y'all do know that the big debate, right? The big debate was about this. Well, not the big debate, but right? So we do know that there's a rod. There's a specific rod that's associated with being a shepherd of men. Right? There's a specific rod associated with being a shepherd of men. Right? The wasp scepter. Right? The wasp scepter. Right? Very important that we understand this, because maybe we should hit a few of these spots. Yeah, maybe we should hit a few of these spots. Let's hit a few of these spots, because otherwise it might get weird and a little goofy. So let's just look at a few of these spots. Right? The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. What? Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Right? So again, we're in the shadow of death and blah, blah. Oh, hold on. Let me pull this up. Just in case there's people that did not see the last video, the first video we did on this. Right? Because that'll help y'all out. That will help y'all out. Yeah. Now, if you have the book, Speak It Into Existence, that will really help you out a lot more. That's, that'd be way better. If you have the Speak It Into Existence book, you'll be lit. Right? And if you don't, I will show you this picture. Because this is what we're talking about. Like, hyper specifically, this is where we are. Boom. You call my name. A reaction. Hey, hey, hey. Bam. All right, so just in case you don't know, this is what all of the hoopla is about. This is the cause and the cure of heart disease, right? The scientific studies have been done. So we in the Bible and we going around, but I'm just showing you how I found this in the Bible. But the scientific work has already been done. So don't think like we playing over here. Right? The scientific work has already been done. It's already been shown that the cause of death, the trigger is the amygdala, right? So when you look at this here, these two pictures here at the top, this is the amygdala, right? On the left over here is a healthy brain. On the right is an inflamed, stressed angry, violent, fearful brain, right? The amygdala is what triggers death. The amygdala is what triggers death. So this is not by any means like, this is not like allegedly, like this is not that. This is already done. This is not, we're not trying to figure it out. I'm just showing you how I figured it out. Right? Now, what you see right here is the aorta. This is the aorta, literally, in a healthy person and an unhealthy person. This right here is the bone marrow, right? Healthy person, unhealthy person. So this is what happens. This is how heart attacks kill people. This is why heart disease is the #1 cause of death. This is the mechanism, the amygdala. The amygdala, right? And I'm showing you this because we already went through this the other day in terms of the scientific aspect of it. We already had the science-y conversation. And I was saying that day that I was going to come back the next day and we was going to go through, like I was going to walk you through how I found, you know, where I found this in the Bible. And so we kind of skipped a few days, but but today's that day. That's what we're doing right now. My name is Minister EnQi. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the melanin-verse diabetes ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own. Okay. Just adding me a tea bag into this mixture I just mixed up over here. Okay. Right. Now to get my de-stressing going on, right? I suggest you have a nice warm hot cup of Blue Magic this morning. If you don't have it, go to the website, AmericanHealer.website. All right. Yeah. All right. So I just want to show y'all, you know, but anyway, so the correlations, you know, I just want you to understand that when we correlated and I made that discovery that the Wa scepter literally in the pyramid text, in the papyri rather, was referring to the aorta, which is important because the aorta is what controls the heart. The aorta is what controls the heart and the spine, right? So the Jed pillar and the heart could not have prominence in the medical papyri of ancient Egypt without the thing that connects them. It doesn't make sense. It would make them stupid. Literally, the heart doesn't connect to anything. The heart literally just kind of sits there. The heart doesn't connect to anything in your body. The aorta is what connects the heart to everything else. The heart doesn't have any direct connections to anything. The aorta is what connects to everything. The aorta is what circulates the blood, not the heart. The heart does its pumping thing, but that's that. The aorta is what circulates the blood to the brain, the blood to the spine, the blood from the spine, the blood to the your vagina and your penis and your, you know, all of your The aorta's what's doing that. Right? So to me, it wouldn't even be like anatomically, but I can't expect people that don't understand anatomy to understand that. The aorta is the highway that connects your body. Literally, it is the single most important thing in your body. It connects everything. Right? So right here, that's what you're looking at. This is the aorta. Right? This is the aorta connected to the heart. And you see the activity here. You see the activity here. Right? But why the bone marrow is important is because the bone marrow is where the stuff in your blood comes from, including your blood. Right? And when the amygdala is triggered by certain types of events, certain types of activity, it's going to release a whole bunch of coagulants, clotting factors, right? And it's those clotting factors that's triggered from the amygdala that causes your heart to stop, right? So anyway, that's that, right? Let's go back to what we was doing. Let's get back to the work. Let's get back to the work. I think we was over here. Okay. So when we're talking about that rod, right, there's no specificity. It's not like it's going to say the Wa scepter, but you just got to know that Moses, it says clearly, Moses was educated in the ways of the Egyptians, and so his words and his deeds was mighty. Right? Those is not in separate chapters and separate verses. That's together. They follow each other. They're sequential, meaning one's dependent on the other. Right? It says Moses was educated in the ways of the Egyptians, and so his words and his actions was mighty. It's not like it says in a separate place that he was educated in the ways of the Egyptians, and then in a whole nother separate place it says his words, and like, no. It's sequential, meaning because he was educated in all the ways of the Egyptians, he was the man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what that is. So when we have these verses about the rod, and you know, understand that this is associated. Right? Understand this is associated. All right, then there's some other verses. Hebrews 9. All right, we go to Hebrews 9. What does Hebrews 9 says? Right? Just makes reference, gives you some more color, right? Some more detail. Verily, the first covenant had also ordinances of divine service and a worldly sanctuary. For there was a tabernacle made, the first wherein the candlestick and the table and the shewbread, which is called the sanctuary. And after the second veil, the tabernacle, which is called the holiest of all, which had the golden censer and the ark of the covenant overlaid round about with gold, wherein the golden pot that had manna and Aaron's rod that budded, and the tables of the covenant, right? So it's just referring back to Aaron's rod that budded, right? And then from there we can do okay, from there we can go let's see if we can get all right, so there we can go. We're gonna go. I think this is worth. We talking about heart disease. We talking about a cause and a cure for heart disease. I think this is easily worth the time, right? Okay, now look at this. I want y'all to see this. It's my Kevin Hart voice. Will you look at this? Will you look at this? I want you to look at this, right? Now, here's the thing about Hebrew, right? Here's the thing about Hebrew, right? Even here, you can go here too. Wait, you can go 820, 8245, 8246, and 8247, right? All three of these words is the exact same word. All three of these words is the exact same word. And I know y'all looking right now like, hold on, Doc. That 8247 is not the same word. In fact, none of those are the same words because they got different entries. Well, here's what I'm talking about. You got to understand that Hebrew, especially biblical Hebrew did not have any vowels. There's no vowels for biblical Hebrew, right? So when you're dealing with words, you got to know that the vowels was just kind of like, I ain't going to say freestyle. I ain't going to say freestyle, but that ain't a part of the original program. So sometimes you got to take these words and go back before that, right? Sometimes you got to take the words and go back before that. So just look at that and see what you got there without any vowels. Somebody right now, please. I want y'all to type in a word, like try to type that in English. How would that be pronounced in English? Forget about what you see there, right? Forget about what you see there. How would this be pronounced in English? Right? How would you pronounce this word in English? SHQD. Okay, that's an interpretation. And that's why the vowels had to come in. So that interpretations, right? So interpretations, we don't have interpretations, right? Because now that's two different ones, right? You got shaked, even though there's really no, and then you got shooked, right? But remember, in order to have shaked, you kind of got to have an A sound in there somewhere, right? There's no vowels. It's just SHQD. You got shooked, right? That's another interpretation. But you got the sound, right? And then you got shocked. Yo, then you got shocked. So, and of course, you got the sound, right? You got the sound, but These are all valid interpretations when you're just looking at the consonants, right? If you're just looking at the consonants. So now let's click on, let's start clicking. What does this actually say? What is this first one? What does this mean? Okay, so now look at this first one. Isn't that interesting? Now look at that. Look at this. Oh, wow. Look at this. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't know this was going to be here. Look, right here. It gives you the original spelling, right? That's the SH right there. And then that's the Q and that's the D, right? That's the SH, right? The sh. This is the Q, the kaf, and this is the dalet, right? The shin, the kaf, and dalet. That's how it's originally spelled right there, right? Now, it means to watch, to be alert, to be wakeful, to be vigilant. Guess what? What does the amygdala do? What does the amygdala do? This literally exactly what a description of your amygdala can, like literally right there, right? Like, okay, doc, but how does that relate to what we're talking about? You're going to see in a second. Right, so now let's click on the second one. Okay, the second one is similar. Right, the second one is similar. Let's see what the third one is. Yo. Yeah, that part right there. It's at that part right there. Is it that part right there? That part right there when I knew it was deeper than rap right there. It was that part right there. When I said, oh, this is scary right now. I said, this is spooky. I said, wait a minute, this is spooky action at a distance right here. This is crazy. Bro, listen. This Bible thing get crazy. It get crazy. I'm like, yo, this is nuts. So now in the Bible, in the Hebrew language, right? So now we just did it in 2 languages. We just did it in 2 languages, right? Come on now. Dewey Decimal talking that talk. So now we just did it in 2 languages, right? We went into the Greek and we showed that the word amygdala means almond. And now when we go into the Hebrew, it gets even crazier because the Hebrew word for almond also means to be alert, to be vigilant. It literally tells you what the function of your amygdala is. Yeah, we still live. We just started at 5:30 this morning. We cooking. We started like 5:30 this morning. But wait, it gets crazier because the word almond not only means to be alert and vigilant, right? But you could pronounce it as shocked. I said, yo, I'm dead. I said, yo, I'm dead. This is crazy. Yeah, pun intended. I said, yo, this is the craziest thing of all times right here. I said, if they don't put me on CNN, NBC, if they don't put me like this, I'm supposed to go on tour right now. Right now, I'm supposed to go on tour. It's supposed to be over. They supposed to want to know, like, You know, it's supposed to get weird and mystical and spooky right now. And I'm supposed to be propped up, like saying weird things, right? I'm supposed to be saying some weird stuff, like, you know, it was all a dream. I used to read Word Up Mac. No, like, wait up. I'm supposed to be like, it was all a dream. I used to read Scientific Magazine with Hebrew and Greek on the Google screen. Hanging anatomy on my wall. Yo, this supposed to be that moment where we going crazy. Definitely hotep to the family. Definitely hotep to the family. So the fact the word is shocked, or could be pronounced that way, misinterpreted, whatever the case may be, that's too crazy. Literally, that's too crazy. That's too much. You got the word amygdala. You got the function of what your amygdala does. You got the form, you got the function, you have the name, and then you even have the method of what happens when you violate. I said, man, this is ice cold. How cold? Ice cold. How cold? Ice cold. Let's look at that again. Right? You got the sheen, the kaf, the dalet, right? No vowels, just 3 letters, right? So technically, before they put the nakud in there, which is the vowel system, right? You could have just did your own freestyling with that and came up with whatever. Shaked, shooked, or shocked, right? You could have came with shocked, right? But literally, when we talk about a heart attack, like you literally getting shocked to death, right? Like this crazy for that to be in there like that. That's why I'm saying, like, it's stuff like this where I can't really have a conversation with somebody asking me, like, did Jonas like live in the whale mouth? Like, I'm like, bro, right? We curing heart disease over here. And y'all know, listen, y'all know that I don't play with the word cure. I don't never use that word cure. I don't even play with that word cure like that. Like, you'll never get me. I don't say that. But when we here with this, it's no other way to, like, this is what we got to deal with. Right? Okay. Okay. Hold on. Now, don't y'all let some old dumb, don't y'all let no dumb, what you call, don't y'all let no goofballs tell you, oh, I got a master's degree from such and such and such. Don't y'all let nobody take this away from you. They ain't gonna be able to take it from me. Listen, you just got to know your audience, right? They start talking that master's degree stuff. That's when we slap them upside the head with the scientific journal and go, oh, you need this. Okay, yeah, you don't deal with the Bible. You need this. Let me hit you in the head with this. Boop. Okay. All right. the words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, the priest that were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of the Lord came in the days of Josiah, the son of Amon, king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign, and came also in the days of Joachim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, unto the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the son of Josiah. Okay, yeah, that's why I be looking and just, yeah, we're not doing that right there. All right, and the Lord said unto me, say not, I am a child, for that I go speak. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Lord. And then the Lord put forth his hand and touched my mouth. And the Lord said unto me, behold, I have put my words in thy mouth. See, I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and pull down and to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Jeremiah, what seest thou? And I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. Then said the Lord unto me, thou hast well seen, for I will hasten my word to perform it. And the word of the Lord came unto me the second time, saying, what seest thou? And I said, I see a seething pot, and the face thereof is toward the north. Okay. So I just wanted to point this out right here, that God is basically sending Jeremiah to crash out. He's sending Jeremiah to crash out. To crash out in the name of the Lord. Listen, y'all been watching me do it for 20 years. Right? Y'all been watching me crash out forever. Right? But God is sending Jeremiah to go crash out. Right? And so I just want to point out, once again, that mysteriously, inexplicably, this here makes the almond, the rod and the almond tree. Now, again, unless we're saying that the authors of this Bible, right, divinely inspired or not, let's just say it's regular people writing a regular book. Unless we're saying these people is dumb, there's really no reason for them to keep saying rod if they mean branch. Right? If they mean something else, they could just put that. Like, let's not be ridiculous. This is what the PhD folks are used as a way to mislead you into something else. Say, oh, well, you see the rod there, so technically what he's talking about is, what they meant was it's a concrete fishing pole with the, like, stop it. If they wanted to put another word there, they would just put another word there. Like, why? Like, no, this is specific. Why? Because this is about God putting his words in Jeremiah. How do you do that? It's teaching. It's teaching. It's preparing. It's inspiring. Where does that happen? Right? In the mind. Right? And what else is going on? Jeremiah is a little leery because he got to go crash out. Right? So what is the amygdala specifically about? The amygdala is specifically about fear and alertness and being vigilant. So in order to go on this mission, he got to have his mind. You know, that's what we call it nowadays. You got to get your mind right. Yeah, you're a little scared. You're looking a little scary right there. You got to get your mind right. Well, in biochemical terminology, right? See, I'm always going to be from 158th Street in the Bronx. So like, and so that's a side of it. So I could tell you what it is on that note. Like, yeah, you got to get your mind right. But biochemically, anatomically, what that's referring specifically to is the amygdala, right? Because the amygdala activity is going to determine how you feel on the inside. So when you get scared and you get so scared that you could barely move or you can't think, that's your amygdala. That's your amygdala. That's the difference between the deer in headlights that get ran over and the deer in headlights that just runs to the side of the road. Amygdala activity. You gonna get so scared that you stand still when the car is coming, or you gonna get scared enough, just enough, that fight or flight kicks in and you run as fast as you can to get your behind out the street, right? Okay. Hopefully we're making sense. Now, this is why I was saying earlier, I wanted y'all to put that Genesis in y'all back pocket. Let's go on. Let's circle back on around over here. Let's circle back around on over here. Right? Let's circle back on around over here. Now, what actually happens? Okay, when the amygdala gets active, now mind you, y'all got to go get these books because it's literally three books that I wrote on this. So this is not even something that, like, I'm taking y'all through the kind of like the central feature in all of them. I'm taking you through the central feature in all of them, but because the central feature in all of the books is the discovery thing. That's the big deal, right? But because I want y'all to understand why this is so important, right? And before I get passionate and start talking crazy and be all over the place and arguing with folks and all this and all that, I want to make sure that my people have the solid footing, right? But the amygdala causes your body to release a high amount of coagulants, right? Clotting factors. Now, again, you got to know what eating is, right? Because there's levels to eating, right? There's levels to eating. So on one level, eating is just putting something in your mouth, chewing it up, breaking it down, and then that's that. Another level to eating is when the stuff circulates in the blood and then it goes into the tissues. Technically, you're not eating until it leaves the blood and goes into the tissues. Leaves the blood and goes into the tissues. And so that's one of the dangers of having diabetes and certain other illnesses, is that you could put food in your mouth and you could chew it up and swallow it and all that, but it doesn't get to the tissues. So because it doesn't get to the tissues, you never receive the nutrients. Because you never receive the nutrients, you continuously get, miswired leptin, orexin, ghrelin, and melanin concentrating hormone signals in the brain. And so because those four hormones and neurotransmitters are miswired, or maybe not miswired, maybe they're properly telling you to keep eating because your tissues, your organs are not receiving the nutrients that they need. So now you wind up gaining a whole bunch of weight and overeating and eating because you're starving, because your cells are not getting the nutrients into the cell. So even though you're actually putting food in your mouth, you breaking it down and all that, it's not reaching the targets that it's intended to. So your body is constantly telling you need to have another meal. You need to eat another sandwich. You need another plate. You need another whatever. right? So, like I said, it's levels to eating, right? And when your amygdala produces these clotting factors and you absorb them, it's not just the heart, right? It's not just the heart. The system is affected, right? But the heart caused you to die. When you get these clotting factors inside the kidneys or the spleen or whatever, that'll just cause you a slow death. I'm just saying, you're still dead, you know what I'm saying? Whether it takes you a few days or a few weeks, but the heart is instant. The heart, it's a wrap, right? When the heart get it, it's a wrap, right? They're like, oh, wait a minute. Did EnQi just give us some other jewels? Yeah, on the kidney, on the spleen, immune system. Yeah, anyway. You hanging out. You got to get the jewels falling out my pockets, right? Nas said it already. Nas said, what he said? I put some jewels in his coat that he could sell if he chose. Words of wisdom from Nas. Try to wise up above. Keep your eye out for Jake. Keep your eye out for fear, Shorty Rock, one love. Right? Now, I'm going to be honest. If my brother did not die, right, I don't know if, and it didn't even start off with my brother dying, right? That's my blood brother. That's my only other, like my mom's have 4 children, 2 girls, 2 boys, right? But it didn't start off with him. That weekend started off with my adopted little brother. My adopted little brother sent me a picture, a text message with his eyeballs looking swollen coming out of his face. And his skin was looking crazy. And he was like, yo, you got to fix me. So me and him went back and forth because he dealt with alcohol issues. The very next day after that, my little brother, I got the phone call, my little brother died from opioid issues, right? So addiction is all throughout this book. Alcoholism, opioids, addiction, all of those things I address in this book, right? Which I wouldn't have without them. Now, I obviously dedicated the book to my little brother that passed because he passed. My other little brother, I got him nursing. We getting ready to fix that liver, put him back together again. We about to put Humpty Dumpty back together and then sit him back up on the wall. Right? But I'm just saying, anyway, the reason why I said highlight this verse is because when you consume those coagulants, those blood clotting factors, thou shalt surely die. This was not cap. You know, there's very little cap in this book. There's very little cap in this book, right? And so obviously, you know, the garden has illusions, other conversations we can have, right? I keep telling y'all though, time, space, light, and sound is all created in your mind. At some point, we'll have to have a long conversation to pull out and extrapolate all what that means. I mean, but it's in the books. Okay. So let's move. Let's keep cooking. Let's see what else I need to what else I needed to show y'all. Oh, how did I miss this? Okay, hold on. Let's stop this and go over here. Now, this is a thing that I want y'all to do. Just if you looking for stuff, right? You can always look at some of these websites. Man, it's too many. Some of them say 5, some of them say 6, some of them say 10, some of them say 20. All right. We'll skip it. Hotep to everybody. What, the video? No, I'm gonna just leave it up. I'm gonna just leave it up. Yeah, I'm gonna just leave up the live. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's go back. Hopefully I didn't delete it. Oh no, it's still here. Okay. Let me go back on this. All right, so here's the thing with the Hebrew, right? Everything in Hebrew has codes. The Hebrew language itself is coded, right? So when I tell y'all that these devil worshiping Satanist booty bandits, right? When I tell y'all the devil worshiping Satan loving booty bandits, they don't come up with original stuff. They just twist stuff that already exists. And if you're John Q. Public and you're trying to have discernment about what you should really get involved in, it becomes difficult to make clear decisions because of that. Because you might run into somebody that's breaking down some Bible stuff and you don't know that the person then came with some remixed, stepped on goofballery. You know what I'm saying? Like all of these guys talking about emerald tablets. I need y'all to understand that emerald tablets are the devil's Bible. The emerald tablets is Team Satan, right? That is the other side. That is the ops. Anybody promoting that. So that's how also people work together in public without looking like they working together. This is how you sway public opinion without. So this is how, for instance, I'll give you an example because somebody brought up Billy Carson earlier. This is how Billy Carson works with the Democrats without seeming like on the surface he's working with the Democrats, because all of the Democrats read from the same script. They have the same things that you'll hear over and over, right? When they want you to vote for their person, they say, yeah, vote for such and such. When the tide turns against them, they say, yeah, well, you know what? Both parties is the same. And, you know, both parties is this and that. And both parties, blah, blah, blah. So I don't, like, hold up. So we either Democrat or both parties is full of BS. Those are the two options that black folks have to respond to. We got to go either Democrat or we got to go with both parties is full of BS. So we shouldn't participate in anything. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. But this is how, and I'm not just talking about this specifically like voting. I mean, just in specific in general, because that's how you have society working, right? We found that out over years in the health universe, that the owners of the pharmaceutical companies are also the owners of the prisons. They're also the owners of the fast food chains. Like we found out And so they present themselves in public separately, like, oh no, this is CVS and this is, you know, Bayer aspirin, or this is whoever, you know what I'm saying? But it's actually the same group of people that are making the decision at the same time for how they want, what they want in the pharmaceutical place and the food supply. So that becomes super, super, super threatening when the people that decide what you eat also decide the medicine and boo, 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 because now you can create customers, right? But so that's how that goes. So you don't need people to directly say, hey, we're supporting Kamala. All you need is people to promote, like I told you earlier in the video. I don't know if everybody, you know, a lot of people just tuning in, but you have an unbroken chain starting with a black man of Satanists, right? It starts with Pascal Beverly Randolph. Then it goes from him to, hold on. So it starts with Pascal Beverly Randolph, right? So that people know, like, because we're going to be in some uncomfortable spaces. So later on, before white folks start telling me that I'm racist, just know that I started this convo off, which is what I've always been saying. I've always been saying this, even without the specifics, because, you know, I come from a world where people teach the white man is the devil. Those very same people also teach that the black man is the original man, and that at some point there was no white man, just all black folks, and then the white man came along later as a result of devilish acts. I'm like, wait a minute, something in that science right there there's a flaw in that line of thinking. If black folks was here first and there was no other people here and there was a God and the devil, then clearly the devil cannot be the white man, because the white man did not exist and the devil did. So if we got to put this in anthropomorphized ideas of man, clearly the devil is a black man. Just saying, if you follow that logic of thinking, right? So later on, before this gets crazy and folks start saying I'm, you know, racist, I just want people to know I am tracing today's popular pop culture of Satanism to a black guy, not to a white man. Now, we can argue about, well, we probably can't argue because the white man been going crazy for a minute. So we can't really argue about who's been instituting the plan, right? Who's been instituting the plan. But no, today's modern Satanists start with Pascal Beverly Randolph. From Pascal Beverly Randolph, it goes to Madame Blavatsky, right? And that's who all of the Nazis was learning from. All of the Nazis was under Madame Blavatsky teachings and all that. The Order of the Black Sun and all that. And then after Madame Blavatsky, Aleister Crowley. After Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons. And then Jack Parsons is, for all extents and purposes, the Antichrist. So for all extents and purposes, Jack Parsons is the Damien. If you're too young to know about Damien, look it up. You need to learn about Damien, right? But Damien is basically the Antichrist baby from the movie world. A very popular movie came out back in the days called The Omen. This one, scary movies, was really like mentally scary. It wasn't about how much blood they could splash on the screen, like. But when that movie came out, take that down the road. You come get this, take this down the road. Peace. Oh, you know what? Let me give y'all this. But when that movie came out, everybody went crazy. People start preparing for the Antichrist. You had goofball David Icke come out. David Icke was talking about, I told y'all from the gate, I never liked David Icke, bro. I was like, yo, David Icke is a fraud, bro. How he talking about the government people and he on the news? I was like, are y'all seriously listening to this guy? This guy's a plant. But David Icke came out talking about he discovered that George Bush was the Antichrist and all kinds of, reptilian aliens. As soon as he came with the reptilian alien stuff, I was checking out. I was like, nope, this is gobbledygook. But that was the movie that popularized it. Now, the thing is, the movie came from Hollywood. So you have to understand, if there's any truth to the movie's coming out in past tense. That means Damien done already, he out on the loose. And the whole concept of Damien was that Satanists was going to work together to have a child that they groomed from birth to just be completely wicked and evil. And they was going to put this child in power. They was going to make him a rich, powerful politician so that he could get in office, in high office, right? And start to make Satanism a world-dominated practice, as opposed to most people worshiping God in some form or fashion. Everybody would basically turn away from God and start worshiping the devil. Right now, what I'm telling you is that already happened. We already live in that time period right now, and that person was Jack Parsons. Right? I'm telling you who it is. Get the books. You see how he did it. You know what I'm saying? We might go into it at some point, but you can look it up yourself. Right? So it's an unbroken chain of teacher and student. Pascal Beverly Randolph, Madame Blavatsky, Aleister Crowley, Jack Parson, boom, right? By the time you get to Anton LaVey is just a goofball that they use to market Satanism and make it like cool, to make it cool. So when you see the heavy metal guys like eating blood, eating animals, and like doing all kind of devil rituals and all that on the stage, it just be a cool thing the teenagers is into, right? So we went through the white indoctrination of Satanism in the 70s, 80s, and it fizzled out in the 90s, right? But it's not that it fizzled out. It transferred from white folks to black folks. Right? Black people is the real conservatives in America. I need you to understand that. Black folks have always been the most conservative people. Right? While white folks was doing stuff like, let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's see if we could find some of this, because we might need to see some of this. Damn, but I don't know if it's going to mess up the video. I know blood clot this. How could we show some of this without messing up the video? Let me see something, because we could just show pictures maybe, but I want to show y'all like the concert stuff, man. You got to see these guys in concert, bro. See, I was exposed to so much as a kid because I had a brother that grew up in the suburbs. He think he a white man. Like he seriously believes he's a white man. And me and him used to have beef because my dad used to take me up to his house, you know, like to their house, like at least 3 times, 2-3 times a month. And we used to argue over the music. He wanted to listen to Headbangers Ball. You know what I'm saying? And sometime I had to let him just have control of the TV and all that. He was a year older, but we like the same size. So yeah, we could just fight it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, but so yeah, so I'm hip to a lot of what was going on, where a lot of black folks would not know what was really going on with these people. This what they was doing. So this what white folks was doing. Now, of course, what accompanies this, so I don't want y'all to think that it's just this, right? What accompanies this type of behavior is the pansexualism, right? So they doing all of this, but they also coming with the pansexual practices, the same pansexual practices that Kamala and them is pushing, that Billy Carson is pushing, because Billy Carson promotes what? Right? Look at here. Look. See how it came into the black community? This guy right here is one of the Little Nas, right? And who endorsed Little Nas? Big Nas. So when we thought Nas was the conscious, smart rapper that was about black upliftment and all that, Nas bring us Little Nas X. So yeah, let's take that off the table, right? But anyway, this what they was on, right? Let me see who else we got. There's Ozzy Osbourne. What about Kiss? Oh, Kiss went crazy, right? Look at this. Yo, look, this what they was doing on stage. And they said they not devil worshipers. Yo. Nah, bro. You don't get to have, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't get to have it. This, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what this is, bro. These folks are going to tell you they not devil worshipers. These folks going to tell you they not devil worshipers. Like, you gotta, this is crazy, right? See, because this goes with it, right? This goes with it. So you got to be careful, because it all goes together. You see what pops up together? The Baphomet pops up, right? And so the Baphomet is a whole nother story. We got to go into the Baphomet, because the Baphomet is the god of the Emerald Tablets. The Baphomet is the god of the Emerald Tablets. So this is what Billy Carson worshiped. So he don't have to say vote for Kamala. All he got to do is promote the pansexual ideas, and that's opening. That's going to lead people to voting or to siding with that kind of ideology, right? Let me show you. Look at this here. Look at this guy here, Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson. Now check this out. Marilyn Manson. Look. Yo, these folks gonna tell you they're not into devil worshiping, right? I mean, this is literally, he named himself after a serial killer, Charles Manson, right? So I'm just saying, like, this is what it is now, right? But it left the white community, right? It left the white community and came over to the black community, because black folks was never into this. We let the white folks have this heavy metal, wow, like we left this. When the music left, like Jimi Hendrix was over there doing this thing, black folks was into it. But once they start adding all this into it, with the drugs and the and the devil worship and all that, we was like, okay, now when it was just getting high, listening to music, okay, we was into the rock and roll. Soon as the devil stuff came into the rock and roll, we abandoned rock and roll. This is why black folks abandoned it. This is how they took it. So if you ever want to know, black folks invented rock and roll. How come the white folks, how was the white folks able to take over rock and roll? How did they do it? Because they came in with the devil worship, right? I'm going to explain this to you now. I want you to understand this. Take your notes. They came in with the devil worship. And when they came in with the devil worship, the audience no longer wanted anything that had to do with rock and roll that did not have devil worship a part of it. So in order for you to sell out your shows, to sell out your concerts, to sell your albums, to sell your music, you had to be coming with the devil worship. So it's not about taking the music. It's about changing the dynamic of the consumer and making the artist walk away from it. So that's how we walked away from the rock and roll. It became too devilly. It got too crazy over there. And then all of the man on man and all of the crazy, it just got too crazy. We left up out of there. Right? So they came in with the same thing inside the rap, right? They came in with the same thing inside the rap, right? Look, they came with the same thing in the rap music. Look, Skull Gang, right? The Skull Gang. It came in with the Skull Gang. And Jim Jones still promotes this heavy. He went from the Skull Gang to the Vampire something else or something. What do you got? Vampire something. But that became the thing. Wearing the skulls and the skeletons and all that became, he brung that in. Right? He brung that in. And then you get, you fast forward from the bones, from the skull and bones, you fast forward to Nas bringing in Little Nas X. Right? So you get Nas to bring in and endorse Little Nas X to the kids. Right? That's how that goes. It's just undeniable been happening right in your face. Like it's just what it is. Right? Now I showed you in his video that his program is running off the chakras. Right? He got the video where he in jail and I think it's Jack Harlow passes him the chakra book. Let me see. Jack Harlow passes him the chakra book. Let me see if they show that part. And I know y'all watching like, EnQi, just take this off the screen. We get it, bro. Okay. All right. I'll take it off the screen. But he come in, Jack Harlow, he passes him a chakra book. And in the video, basically, that's what it's showing is that the chakra system, is what he's doing in the jail with all the other men. So it's not like what I'm telling y'all. It's not right in y'all faces. It's there. So it's Pascal Beverly Randolph. Matter of fact, let's look at Pascal Beverly Randolph. Because it's going to be a bunch of people that's going to try to tell you, oh, no, Pascal Beverly Randolph is deep because, you know, woo, woo. Nah. Look at this. Let me show you. You know, Pascal Beverly Randolph is deep. Let me show you what he came up with. Look, Pascal Beverly Randolph, blah, blah, blah. Okay, as a teen and a young man, he traveled widely due to his work abroad, sailing vessels. He journeyed to England, through Europe, and as far east as Persia, where his interest in mysticism and the occult led him to study with local practitioners of folk magic and various religions. On these travels, he also met and befriended occultists in England and Paris. Returning to New York City in September 1855 after a long tour in Europe and Africa, he gave a public lecture to who? To African Americans on the subject of what? Immigrating to India. I'm dead. What? Why? Because he wanted you to go to India and get into this chakra program. That's what it's all about. Pansexualism. Yeah. So this is 300 years ago. Yeah, my man, the 200 years ago, my man had the program. Oh, no, we're going to do this. Randolph believed that the Negro is destined to extinction in the United States. After leaving C, Randolph embarked upon a career as a lecturer and a writer. Okay? So what does that mean? That means that he was traveling and teaching. Traveling and teaching what? The chakras. Yeah. The mixed magic of your anus. He's the original Bobby Hemmett. That's why Bobby Hemmett used to talk about Pascal Beverly Randolph all the time. It just nobody pays attention. Nobody reads. Nobody know who this guy is. So you don't know what these people teaching you because you don't know they teachers. Right? Let's skip down to the belief in the teaching. Look at that. When you skip down to belief in teaching, what takes up the biggest part of the section here? Sex and gender. The manner in which Randolph incorporated sex into his occult system was considered uncharacteristically bold for the period in which he lived. He believed sex magic could lead to increased health, love, empowerment of women and children of superior intelligence. In his more underground publications, he wrote that church and marriage were oppressive forces that could be overthrown with the power of love and a worldwide revolution. Yeah. This is what these guys is teaching. Yeah, this is what these guys is teaching. Exactly. 3 6 months. Yeah, that's what these guys is teaching. Vamp life. There you go. That's what Jim Jones. Yeah. This is how it goes. This is how it goes. This is what they on. Take a moment and just read that yourself. Okay. I had to have a quick little snacky right there. Okay, so now hold on now. Hold on now, because y'all don't realize how many different groups y'all been poisoned with. This is why, listen, this is why you think I'm the black sheep, pun intended. Bah, the goat, right? Why you think I'm the black sheep though? Because I can't rock with nobody for a long period of time. Because at some point, your hidden, what your real program is going to show up. And it's going to contradict with my program. Now, look what he was also teaching. Look at all these ideas. The expansive view of gender identity. What that mean? Listen, it's two genders. Now, you expanding it, that means you going past two, right? Let's just use common sense. Right? We're not mincing words here. If you expanding it past what it is, which is two, then that means you're getting into 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a nice way of saying pansexual. Right? Pansexual means that you just talking that. So the way they cover up pansexualism is like what Puffy was saying. See, you didn't know Puffy was talking this. You didn't know Puffy came from this line right here, Brother Love, right? And who Brother Love was rocking with, Brother Polite, right? This is this philosophies when they start saying the power of love, right? You got to watch these sayings, the power of love. All that starts right here, right? Love is more important than anything and blah, 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 blah. So that means it's okay for a man to love a horse. Oh, they into that bestiality because it's all about love. So watch the TV shows and the cartoons. They got, people and animals mixing up and people and robots falling in love and people and it gets crazy when you start watching these. If you know where this stuff came from and then you watching movies and all that, that's one of the main reasons why I stay up to date with all the TV shows and the movies. And I watch a lot of stuff with my kids because I need their eyes to be open when I'm dead and gone. You can't have an overactive amygdala, right? You can't have an overactive amygdala and turn into the deer in front of the headlights and you just stop moving because your kid's going to get ran over. They're not going to be prepared for the world. They're not going to know what it is that they're looking at when they see it. Like a lot of adults running around. They're like, what's wrong with the power of love? Love needs to be disciplined. Love needs to be checked. There needs to be rules and boundaries with love. Right? Because some people going to hear this and they're like, well, I believe in same sex. Okay, well, cool. Do you also believe in different ages? Because see, once you start this love overpowering, then we're talking about adults and children. We're talking about humans and animals. We're talking about humans and machines. Like, how far does your personal limit go? Or is there no limits? Is it just do as thou wilt, right? Which is what Kamala and them promote, which is what Billy Carson and them promote. Do as thou wilt, right? That's literally the quote of Aleister Crowley's whole program. Do as thou wilt. Ain't no rules. Ain't no laws. Just do whatever you want to do, right? So you got to watch these power of love people, right? They came with the power of love. They also came with the this right here, look, earthly gender is provisional, right? And God is both male and female. See, that's Baphomet right there. God is both male and female. That's the Baphomet right there, right? And earthly gender is provisional, right? So let me tell you, it's a bunch of conscious, quote unquote, they think they conscious. They don't realize they working with Team Satan. They don't realize. All of the people that be telling you that they are earthly, that they're a spiritual person having an earthly experience, that's this. That's this. Oh, I'm a spiritual person having an earthly experience. My spirit doesn't have a sex on it. Who told you that? Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that from? Who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you that? Watch. I'm going to tell you who didn't tell you that. I'm going to tell you who didn't tell you that. Let me see. Right? I'm going to tell you who didn't tell you that. You didn't get that from here. You did not get that from here. You didn't get that from here. That ain't come from here. Because this is clear about it. Male and female created he, them. Right? And you didn't get that from no ancient Kemet either. You didn't get that from ancient Kemet either, because in ancient Kemet, the creation story happens in pairs. Pairs, male and female, male and female. You can say, oh, no, EnQi, because it starts with Atum. And Atum was creating the pairs. Atum came from Noon. Atum swam up out of the waters, just like a semen in a woman's vagina does today. So y'all can play with it if y'all want. That ain't come from no sources. That ain't come from no sources that we got. That didn't come from no source material we got. Our source material came with duality. Literally, the duality, the root of duality, duat. Those are Kemetic terms. So let the people that tell you, oh, the Bible is a copy from the Kemetic. Okay, well, then, you see right there in the Bible, it says he, them, she, them, male and female. Right? So binary. So it ain't come from Kemet. It ain't came from the Bible. Where did they come from? Where did you get those ideas from? I'm showing you where you got those ideas from. These goofy guys. You got it from right over here. Somewhere in that tree. I gave you the whole tree. Pascal Beverly Randolph. That's the whole tree right there. It starts with this guy, then it goes to Blavatsky. Right? So all these people teaching these ideas, it came from right here. Right? And look at this. Pre-atomism. Pre-atomism. Randolph was a believer in pre-atomism. Right? Randolph used a wide range of sources to write his book from the world traditions and esoterica. Right? So if you read Madame Blavatsky books, that's one of the main things that people like about her books. Isis Unveiled. I think it's the blue books and then the red book. She got 2 sets of books. I read all 4. So nobody can't tell me what she did say or didn't say. All that pre-atomism, that's in the Bible. That pre-atomism, that's in the Bible. It's not like they're doing something slick where that's not in the Bible. What they're doing is they're changing your perspective. Because the Bible tells you, like people say, they would say to you, if God created everybody in the world and everybody in the world came from Adam and Eve, right? They would ask you questions like, so who, like when Cain went to the other towns and all that, who was them people over there and all that, right? What you're talking about is God's children and Satan's children. All right, so you're just talking about the savages. Savages was going crazy. So when you had somebody coming and he tell you he teaching you pre-atomism, That's what he's saying. He's saying he's making a religion. He's making a culture out of savagery. Right? The sodomites, sodomy, they making that a culture. Right? What did God do? Well, God dropped a nuclear bomb on them. That's what God did. God dropped the bomb on that program. God is the original Funk Master Flex. He dropped the bomb on that program. We told my man, get up out of here. Yo, get up out of here. It's about to go up. If you look back, you're going with them. Don't look back. Keep it moving. Right? I'm just saying. These are just only facts. This is the Only Facts Club. Like they got Only Fans Club online. This is the Only Facts Club online right here. Right? So you got to be mindful because you got a lot of Moorish guys. Right? You got a lot of Moorish guys that come in with this and they don't know where it came from. So this is where I'd be asking these guys and they'd be like, oh yeah, well, it's 100,000 years worth of history on this planet and da, 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 da. Whoa. I'd be slowing them down. Like, where you get that from? Where you get that from? And then I just might be looking at the computer screen like, interesting. I'd be like, interesting. Where you get this idea that it's 100,000 years worth of history and blah, 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 blah. Where you get that idea from? These folks. Okay. And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying once you open that door up, because see, it's a difference between if you just looking at humans or humanoid-like creatures being on the planet versus civilization, right? Math, science, clothes, order, right? It's a difference, right? If you're looking at that versus make-believe with some other stuff added in, right? So I'm just saying, right? Now, mind you, Pascal Beverly Randolph was teaching, some good, like he had some fire information. Madame Blavatsky has some fire information, right? But that's how they do it. They take something and they mix it up with the truth. So that way you want to have it. Just like Dr. York said in all his books, I came giving you what you wanted so you would want what I had to give, right? If you used to read Dr. York books, that's used to be on the back of all his books. I came giving you what you wanted so you would want what I had to give. You just didn't know what that thing was, what he had to give until later on when everybody found out. Right? When we found out his golden child practices, right? Golden child practices, right? So you got to understand these people is not like this, the fake out. When they say, okay, he came as a lecturer and a writer, right? Belief in teaching. Now he says that his sex magic could increase the health for, women and children, right? Of superior intelligence. That's the fake out because they know that cuts across. So if you're trying to get mass acceptance, you always say, oh, women and children. Yeah, women and children. Kamala says she was running on a platform for women and children. But what was the platform? The platform was sterilization and abortion. So you're pro-abortion and pro-sterilization, but you're packaging it in a way where women believe that you're promoting like women and children. Like they believe it's crazy how they package it in a way like and flip it. You know what I'm saying? But that's how that always goes. So this is your guy right here. This is the black guy, right? His dad was a black man. His mom was German mixed with what did it say? German, Native American, French, everything. His mom was mixed with a lot of things. Right? His mom was mixed with a lot of things. But he was a free black man, right? His father, John Randolph, black man. His mom, she was mixed with a lot of stuff. So that's where he get that, you know, that Phil Valentine look. Phil Valentine looked like his reincarnation. Right? Phil Valentine damn near looked like his reincarnation. That's that Phil Valentine look right there. Right? So it starts with this guy and it trickles down. All right. So we got our devil class in. Yeah, we got our devil class in. Yeah, it feel weird. Let's get back to the Bible now. Let's shake some of that. Let's shake off the devil. Let's get back over here now. We didn't went too far over there to the other side now. We didn't got too liberal. Right? We didn't got too liberal. We didn't went crazy. So yeah, we just I just hit Deuteronomy like anything, like, but we running from that stuff. So hopefully you seen it, you got it. It happens right there. You can't unsee it. It's there, right? So we can't put this on no white folks. I mean, it's white folks that activated the whole blueprint, but it starts out with that guy right there, and he's spreading the word of India, chakras. Okay, so now let's go over here. Let's get back to the good book. Right? Now, there's 3 different words I showed you when we went to the Strong Bible Concordance, right? So here's the thing. You got all 3 of these words, 820, 8245, 8246, and 8247. Right? You got all 3 of these words. So this is why it's kind of weird if you look up the word to see how many times, but the specific word is in the Bible 10 times throughout the Old Testament. 10 times throughout the Old Testament. Why that's important is because numbers signify stuff. So 10 times is signifies the law. It signifies the 10 commandments, right? Which right now, oddly enough, Whoopi Goldberg and The View, they are fighting against allowing the 10 commandments to be taught in school. I'm like, hold up. So y'all are teaching alternative genders. And when the conversation of teaching alternative genders in elementary schools and all that comes up, y'all saying, you know, it should be free to teach the kids whatever we want to teach the kids, blah, blah, blah. When they say, let's teach the Bible in school, you like, hold up. You trying to make an agenda. You trying to push an agenda. I'm like, yo, this shit is too crazy. This is too crazy. You cannot make this stuff up. Anyway, listen, 4 hours in, I only said one cuss word, S-H-I-T. I'm doing way better than, y'all know I'm doing really good. All right, anyway. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations on the earth. And all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of thy Lord thy God. Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, the fruit of thy ground, fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, thy flocks of thy sheep. Blessed shall be thy basket and thy store. Blessed shall thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shall thou be when thou goest out. The Lord shall cause thy enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way and flee before thee 7 ways. The Lord shall command the blessing upon thy storehouses and all that settest thine hand unto, and he shall bless thee in the land which the Lord thy giveth thee, which thy God giveth thee. The Lord shall establish thee a holy people unto itself, and as he have sworn unto thee, if thou shalt keep the commandments of thy Lord thy God and walk in his ways. And all the people of the earth shall see thou art called by the name of the Lord, and thou shalt be afraid of thee. And the Lord shall make thee plenteous in goods, and the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy cattle, and the fruit of thy ground. And okay, God, we get it. We get it. It's up. It's up. You're going to hold us down if we follow the program, right? Okay. Now, we goes into this in the prayer manual. So remember, all 3 of these books is together, right? You got the Speak It Into Existence book. You have the prayer manual, which is the Observer Effect book, right? The Observer Effect book. And then you have the Radio Anatomy book. All 3 of these books goes together, right? So, which I command thee this day to observe and to do them, right? So it's very important that we start making mental notes every time we see the word observe or observance in the Bible, right? Very important, right? Especially when you don't realize that you being observed, right? You being observed. Like, wait a minute, they watching me, EnQi. You know, when I go online, they putting commercials that, you know, I might have said to my wife, we need to do the laundry. And then all of a sudden commercials for detergent come up on my phone. It's getting scary out here. You need to learn that observe is a serious thing. It's not just what you think. Like, oh, I could see something, so I observed it. No. It's way deeper than that. Anyway. And thou shalt not go aside from any of the words which I command thee this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve. Okay, so it started getting real right around here. Right around 14, it started getting real. Don't go aside from any of the words I command thee, to the right or to the left, or go after other gods to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Curse shall be thou in the city, curse shall you be in the field. Okay, so now all of the good stuff is turning bad. Curses everywhere, blah, 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 blah. The Lord shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, rebuke, and all that you settest your hand unto will be destroyed and perish quickly, because the wickedness of thy doings whereby thou hast forsaken me. The Lord shall make pestilence cleave unto you. The Lord shall smite thee with consumption, with a fever, and with inflammation, and with an extreme burning. Wait a minute. Doc, what is happening right here? Doc, what is happening right here on the 22nd one? The 22nd one. What is this going on? What is this right here? Consumption and a fever and inflammation? What? How'd that get in there? Doc, how'd that get in there? How'd that get in there? They're going to start accusing me of putting stuff in the Bible after a while. They're going to start accusing me of putting stuff in here. Right? And thy heaven is thy over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thy feet shall be iron, and the Lord shall make rain in the land out of powder and dust, and the heavens shall come down upon thee until thou be destroyed. And the Lord thy God, and the Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them and flee. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Thy carcass shall be meat for all of the birds of the air, the beasts of the earth. The Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt and with the emeralds and with the scarab and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Right? We're going to give you some incurable diseases. Some incurable diseases where you can't be healed. Now, why is it that you would have a disease that you cannot heal from? Oh, because it's a magical, supernatural disease. Well, okay, that's a vibe. You could look at it that way. Or you could look at it and go, well, there's another thing. There's another way. Like there's that, right? So there is that. So it could be a supernatural, magical disease that you just can't heal from. Okay. Right? And we put Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny right in that same space, respectfully, right? But then there's also a disease that you don't understand. So because you don't understand the cause and the processing of it, you don't have a way to prepare a way to fight against it because you don't understand how it's attacking you, right? So there's that. There's two different possibilities so far, right? And then there's a third possibility. The third possibility is that your actions are literally going to be causing the illness. Your actions will cause the illness. So if you continue the action, you continue the illness. It doesn't matter what type of herbs you take. It don't matter what type of medicine you take. It don't matter what type of surgery you take. You know how many people went and got that stomach shrinking surgery and then bust out all the stitches and all that? And they done went and got their stomach stitched up so they could have a small stomach and all that, and then bust out the stitches because in their mind, they thought they were still going to be able to eat 1,000,000 calories a day. They thought they were still going to be able to have 10,000 calories a day. So they done went and got their stomach strength and they done exploded their stomach out. Yeah. I remember one sister, she cussed me out. I'll never forget her. She cussed me out. We did a consultation. The consultation was long. And like, she was asking me, what was my opinion? Do I think she should go get the surgery, or do I think she should try to lose weight naturally? Because she tried 1,000 times and it didn't work for her, whatever. As I'm talking to her, I realized that she ain't never really had a disciplined program with food or exercise or anything like that. So most of the stuff that she felt like she tried was just like goofy stuff she saw on TV. Like, I'm gonna drink these weight loss shakes, or, you know, all this foolishness, right? She never really got down to actually attempting to like match her calories to her body type, to her exercise, her expenditure of calories, you know what I'm saying, or deal with muscle tone and all. She never really got into none of that. And she never was interested in that. That's what I got from the convo. It's like that was all turn off to her. So the surgery was very appealing to her because in her mind, the surgery meant she could still live how she was living. She could still live how she was living, but they was going to do this surgery and then she was going to lose weight no matter what, which is the thing that's happening with these people with the Ozempic. You know what I'm saying? But Fat Joe went online and tried to promote Ozempic, and he told people the right thing, but they ain't hear what he said the right way. Most people, they just heard Fat Joe say, oh man, you could take these pills and lose weight. They didn't hear the part where he said he was working out twice a day, like 2-3 hours a day. They didn't hear the part where the doctor said if he stopped exercising and stopped taking the pills, the disease would come back way stronger and kill him. Like they heard what they wanted to hear. But But yeah, that sister went and got that surgery, and she almost died because she wanted to keep living how she was living. Like, so that's the third thing. The third thing is, if you're unwilling to change, of course the disease is going to consume you, because you're continuously creating the cause. You're keeping the cause going. So it's not possible for you to get away from the illness, because you every day you're initiating it, and you're feeding it, and you're fertilizing it, right? So there's 3 ways that you can have a disease that you can be healed from. 1, it's a supernatural magical thing. 2, is something that we don't understand, so there's no possible way to fight it. And then 3, well, you continue to indulge in the practices that brought on the malfunction in the first place, right? So you can read Deuteronomy 28 and figure out which one you think best fits, right? Which one you think best fits. The Lord shall smite thee with madness, blindness, and astonishment of heart. Boom. Now, y'all know me. Y'all know how I feel about this book. This book is a book of numbers. The whole entire book is about numbers. Now, is every different number code going to present itself like that? No. But man, oh man, the 28th chapter and the 28th verse immediately sticks out for me, right? So the Lord shall smite thee with madness, blindness, and astonishment of the heart. Literally, that's in the Ebers Papyrus. This is literally from the Ebers Papyrus. That's literally from the Ebers Papyrus. If I had my Ib book in front of me right now, I would tell you exactly which one. And even the Kemetic scholars, they say that this don't, no, this ain't real. This is literally astonishment of the heart, bro. Like the Bible could not be more clear. The Bible could not be more clear. Like it's just sitting out, it was waiting for me, I guess. Right? Because listen, people have all individually made all of these different random discoveries. Like, if I'm referring to a scientific journal to show you how the amygdala triggers the clotting factors that cause the heart disease, obviously clinical trials was done to do that paper, right? If I'm showing you like Strong's with the words there, obviously Strong's book was written, is there already. But what's unique, what I discovered, is that all of these associated facts were sitting right here in the Bible already. And it took me from going through the Bible, from going through the papyri, to be able to see it and go, wait a minute, we're looking for a cause, cure, and a trigger for heart disease, and it's sitting right here in this book this whole time. The Lord shall smite thee in thy knees, in thy legs, with sore botch that cannot be healed, from the sole of thy foot up to the top of thy head. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee. Look at this. It's too much. Hold on. I'm gonna just skip. Listen, it's too much. This is a lengthy chapter. This is a lengthy chapter, right? Because this chapter, right? Like if we really look at it, because this goes into slavery. This goes into the slavery. This is the slavery chapter, right? So this goes into scattering you amongst the people all over the world, you know, on boats and chains and bondage, selling you to the bondmen and all that. This goes into that, right? And other groups of people have laid claim to this. They say, oh no, we're the chosen children because the Bible talking about us. This happened to us. We was the ones that was persecuted, and everybody got a persecution story. And then, yeah, oh, well, we was enslaved. Everybody got a slavery story. We don't know if all these slavery stories is fact, though, right? The only factual slavery story that really, you know, we know for sure. Now they trying to, they switching the narrative on that one too. Now it's getting a little crazy out here, but I know, if you don't, I know for sure who's leading in the heart disease department. See, I know who's leading with all these diseases, right? So when it breaks down all these diseases, and you're going to be getting the disease of this and the disease in the mind and the disease in the heart and disease in the knees and the legs and the feet and the this and the that and the blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to scatter you all over and enslave you and put you on the boats and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people want to try to lay, because see, they want to claim the blessing that comes along with being God's children, right? So they want to say, no, that was me. We was persecuted. All we got to do is go to the numbers. See, we go to the numbers tell us who God's people is, right? That's what we've been doing all this time with these books, right? Because it's black women that's ahead in the fibroids, ain't it? It's black women that's ahead in lupus, ain't it? Yeah, it's black folks that's dying from cancer mostly. It's black folks dying from diabetes, from heart disease, from this one, that one, the STD. It's us. Can nobody else lay claim to that? Don't let nobody confuse you. I don't care what's happening in the Middle East. Do not be confused. It's right there for you. Undisputable. You ain't got to argue about with nobody and say, well, does the Bible says that the black people is the Israelites and and what about when Moses stuck his hand into his jacket and blah, blah, blah. You ain't got to ask them none of that, because nobody don't want to be the people leading in heart disease. Nobody wants to be the people leading in Alzheimer's. Nobody want to be the people leading in brain disease. So see, they want to try to lead in something that's past tense because it's not happening to them right now. Right? So everybody could debate and, oh, you know, my people was enslaved too. And the Moors enslaved white folks, and this one enslaved that one, and this one that, because that's some past tense shit that, oh, there's another one. I start getting passionate when we talk about diseases, right? I got to check myself. That past tense, that don't have nothing to do with the now. So the people want to scrap. They want to argue for that. Oh, yeah, no, that's us. That's us. No. That chapter right there got a whole long description before we get down to bondsmen and boats and scattered across the lands and all that. And ain't nobody been scattered around like us. But there's no disputing right now when we look at those numbers, that's us leading the charts of everything. We the pop chart, we the pop stars of the sickness billboards. Of the sickness billboards. We Drake, we Michael Jackson, we Elvis, we run the pop charts. Okay? So make no mistake. Leading in all forms of cancers, tumors, metabolic disease, you name it, it's us. And it's laid out right there. It's laid out right there. Very clearly what the program is. Right? So now we go back over here and we just decide to just pop that. Now we just pop that in. Let's pop in shocked. Violently shaken and scandalized. Bruh. Has anybody seen the news? Violent encounter of armed forces, blah, blah, blah. Violent attack, strike against. To push, jolt. A sudden blow, a violent collision. Or what? Wait a minute. What's this right here? A sudden and disturbing impression in the mind. Mentally shocked. Like this literally what we just read through. We just literally read through this. Momentary stimulation of the sensory nerves and muscles caused by a sudden surge in electrical current. The medical sense, a condition of profound prostration. What? What? Condition of profound prostration caused by trauma, emotional disturbance, etc. Hold on. Let's all get on the same page with this. What is this? Prostration. What is that doing there? What is that doing there? Prostration. Why would prostration be there? People only use this word in reference to God. People only use this word in reference to following God. Why would that word be in there? Why would that word be in there? I'm telling you. What Malcolm said? You've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray. Hey, you've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray. Huh? Yeah. So I hope this worked out for the Q&A. Thanos suggested that we had a Q&A on this. But I know his time is different. I know his time is different. He in Sweden. So that's the whole, well, that's not the whole Bible breakdown, but I think that's a good summary. Right? So make sure you go to Amazon and get the books. Make sure you join the Patreon. Please, pretty please hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. Today is actually the day. Today is actually the day they're doing the funeral for my little brother. So I'm trying to get my life together.